welcome to episode 33 of the Pirates / Privateer / These Guys Get Into Trouble a Lot campaign.
It's not true.
Says Fox.
Says one of the troublemakers.
I'm not
Blatant
even the
lies.
worst.
So,
Lies, I tell you.
I smell litigation.
the last we saw of you, you had made your way from Port Marley down to Fort New Hearth, the Hathad outpost in the region. You started exploring, trying to find information for different means, some of you with more secretive missions. You finished up the last session having met a somewhat important person in town, unintentionally, for some of you, which was Valedra Melkorta, the young and attractive orcish owner of the Crescent Moon Inn and Bordello, who also happens to be a member of the Shattered Hand Syndicate. She offered to effectively give you a trade for a trade, in that if Whisp and her associates could conduct a mission in liberating someone from the prison, in exchange, the Syndicate would try to find any and all information and provide it to you of where perhaps someone else you're looking for has gone to. So we will start this particular session with you, those of you that have gone to the Crescent Moon Inn, stepping out from the back office there and out into the main floor, and with, I believe, Haldir, who had stepped away from the group to go to the market. So,
yep.
The floor of the inn is busy even for this time of day. There is a solid mixture of orcs and humans, and the occasional stray person of any of the other races, being patrons or participating in work in this place. There is a stage where there are young women getting up and singing and performing in various ways. There are dances occurring. The patrons seem to be keeping to themselves by and large. A couple of them have sort of looked up to you. Among them, one or two of them are in officers or military gear, but they don't appear to be on duty at this stage, is the best way to describe it.
Okay.
Out in the markets, Haldir, this place is absolutely bustling. There are hundreds and hundreds of traders all over the place. You have the mix of those that have brought goods in that are trying to make deals and sell their produce, and the local merchants trying to buy up what has come in to then on-sell to the locals. It is a almost rampant mess of people shouting and trying to conduct deals by being the loudest and shouting over the top of each other. There are people of all shapes, sizes, and colours, and no really clear idea of organisation either.
Well, time to try and find us a place to sell booze. So Haldir just starts walking into the amount of people trying to listen in and talk with people.
Yep.
To see if we can find someone to sell to.
Yep. I'll get you a perception listening check out of you. Just to see how long it takes, roughly, for Haldir to track
Oh,
down the right parts of the market.
I start with good ears today. It's a stunt.
Ooh, excellent. So, considering stunts on this particular thing, you can actually take speedy search with that.
Well, that sounds very handy.
So,
you search speedily.
you walk through the markets, sort of ears wide open, listening for any hint of talk regarding buying or selling the produce that you're got on the vessel. And at the same time, you're sort of walking through in straight lines, just cutting off sections of this market rather logically and analytically. And you very quickly find a section where there are now traders yelling at each other about where their produce is from, how much it should sell by the barrel. There are local merchants shouting back how much that they purchase it for. It seems like this is one of the most frantic parts of the market, where pretty much anyone putting a barrel up of alcohol at any price, it's just being taken.
Well, you're saying any price. How, like, do I have an idea of, like...
Based on the numbers you're seeing sort of shouted around, you could, just doing a little bit of mental math in your head, you reckon you could easily get $5,000 for the stuff that you brought.
Oh boy.
Huh.
Yes, please. So
How much did we pay for it?
$2,000.
Ooh, nice.
So that's a decent profit margin of like 250% total.
Yeah, basically, what you do notice is that the merchants are buying pretty much everything they can get their hands on, and over here, a lot of them are taking basically the documents of sale across to a particular person who appears to have a very authoritarian look to them. So it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to work out that it seems to be the army that is buying up most of the booze, and the rest of the merchants are doing their best to get their hands on anything else.
The army is buying up the booze.
So Haldir, like, after having looked a bit and just seeing how the other merchants, just try and yell out how much booze they have, Haldir, like, stands up, and I think he's gonna use a bit of magic.
Yep.
Voices on the wind. Like, the description of it is more that the wind carries the conversation to your ears, and you can hear clearly. I want to reverse it.
Yep.
So my voice carries to the ears out in the crowd.
Yep.
Because I ain't trying to yell higher than all of these people. I have a singing voice that I need to protect.
Priorities. Yes.
I got him.
Yep, go for it.
So just my target number for this spell is 11.
Yep.
And I rolled 13.
Yep. So obviously the spell works, and basically you hear effectively the shouts of everyone else sort of seem to almost dull a little bit and your voice easily carries in over the top.
Haldir starts. 99 barrels of fine ale, 55 gold apiece.
So heads turn at this, and a couple of merchants approach. Some of them are the ones that you've seen dealing with the military. Others appear to be representing other interests in the city, and they immediately sort of like gather up to you and start trying to outbid each other.
Yes, that was what I wanted.
So some of them start low, trying to sort of haggle you, but they realize that they're in competition with each other as well, so they're not going to succeed very well. So you're saying 55 apiece. What I'll do is I'll get you to roll an opposed persuasion.
So yeah, communication, right?
Yep, communication and persuasion, etiquette, or any of the trading skills will work.
I've performance, but I'm not sure an auction is performance.
Not
Well,
quite.
the fast talking of an auction is a performance on its own, right?
It's communication, isn't it?
You could. You know what? Screw it. Yeah, if you do put it on as almost like an auctioneer's performance, I will let you roll.
Oh,
add
definitely.
performance. So,
Like I have an audience now,
Yeah.
so he is in. Was like over
That's his element.
there, just hyping up his
Yep.
his booze.
That's definitely his element as well.
yeah, I'll let you roll that, and it will have an impact.
And with a stunt.
Just responding to a message and back to the chat. Yep. So, not a problem.
I'm definitely swaying the crowd.
Yeah. Firstly, you have got the crowd's attention with this. The merchants basically rise to this as well and start trying to outbid each other. Like, you've changed the whole terms of this from them trying to keep you below your price to this actually being an auction.
Yes.
So they have actually gone up in price, and the highest bid currently is sitting at around 63 per barrel.
Oh.
Life is a performance.
I am so glad we let Haldir do the talking.
Yeah.
How many barrels do we have?
99 barrels.
99 barrels.
We just drunk away 63 golds. Oh.
So
Yes.
Oh, that's fine.
one by one, the others sort of realize that the price is ludicrous, and they drop out, and the last one standing sort of quickly signs the documents and holds it out to you and for a copy, which basically is payment on proof of delivery and a location of a warehouse.
Great. I'll quickly sign and get a copy and everything, and
Yeah.
Well done.
that was a lot of money.
You just earned us a fucking fortune.
You do have to repair your ship, don't forget that bit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still sorry.
This money is needed.
Is this how we learn to let Verity hold the helm only after we've left port or before we enter port?
It's okay. Mug can try to help next time.
I mean, at least then it won't be my fault, so I guess it's fine.
I have a feeling we might be better off letting like the twins help.
So, I presume, Haldir, you're then going to try and sell the rest.
Yes, I do have 50 bolts of cloth.
Yep. So, you definitely have the attention of some of the merchants still, and it doesn't take you anywhere near half as long to get directed to where the merchants that are buying and selling the cloth are located.
Yeah. Here, I would instead like to try and find a person that looks like they're in the army.
So, similarly to other parts of the market, you notice that there always seems to be someone in almost official clothing. They're not wearing armor or carrying weapons, but they definitely have a military feel to them. And merchants are working directly on their behalf. They're not actually conducting the negotiations themselves.
Okay.
You kind of get the feel that these are perhaps quartermasters that are running the purchase of supplies for the troops further up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely going to one of the people making the purchase.
Yep.
I'm going over like, hello, sir. I have 50 bolts of cloth in your colors.
This piques his interest, and he goes, of course. Presuming that the quality is good, where did you bring them from?
And now my brain suddenly went like
Port Marley,
Port
we
Marley.
got them
Fort
from,
Molly, yeah.
but we got them from a guy who made them at Pathadan standards, I believe.
Oh yeah, but that doesn't matter. I bought them in Port Molly, so.
But
think,
the origin is more important than where you bought it.
To be fair, it's the quality that they're used to here in like Fort Half, which is Pathadan.
Yeah, that's true. Where was it we bought it again? Can you remind me, Glenn?
So you specifically bought it in the bazaar of Port Marley.
It was in Port Molly, but it was like some decent-ish.
Yeah,
like it wasn't the best, but it was.
Yeah, it was basically in quality wise. It was not the locally made stuff. It was definitely probably, if you trust the merchant, imported from one of the northern kingdoms. But
Right.
to your ability of checking, yeah, it is good quality.
So from a trader in Genereth up north.
He nods and goes, they definitely know how to make their stuff much better than the local. I believe we can make a deal. How much do you intend to sell for?
Two gold pieces per bolt.
He frowns slightly and raises an eyebrow and goes, I can give you 1 gold, 5 silver. He's definitely going to try and bargain you.
Yeah, so 18 silver then.
Roll a persuasion. So
Indeed, Haldir.
communication.
Yeah, there ain't no performance about this. This is a straight up bargain.
Yeah, straight haggling.
Well, good thing I ain't the worst at communication.
13. He sort of mulls it over and goes, "Wait here a moment." And then you see him sort of walk away from you towards the nearest of these officials, and he
Mm-hmm.
has a short conversation with this person who looks in your general direction and then looks back to this merchant. They debate some more, and then there is the slightest nod, and the merchant comes back and just holds a hand out to agree.
Oh, I was afraid that Haldir would get arrested or something.
That would be very quick escalation. Yeah, Haldir takes his hand.
So he shakes it and goes, "Consider it a deal," and he starts drafting up papers. Like the
Great.
others, these indicate a particular warehouse down in the lower districts to deliver it to,
Mm-hmm.
and on proof of delivery, you get payment.
Right. So after with these papers in hands, Haldir starts walking down towards the docks again.
Then, quick question.
Yep.
Just for my mental image.
Mm-hmm.
The guy who we sold the ale to, was that army or merchant?
The one you sold the ale to was actually not one of the ones working for the army.
Okay.
Definitely merchant, because he outbid the army.
Yeah,
Oops.
that's his own mistake.
Yep.
And everyone saw him do it.
Yep. Basically, the army has levels that they will buy up to, because they do run on quartermasters.
Mm-hmm.
They have someone who's thinking about expenses.
Mm-hmm.
Just like we do.
You may have just accidentally jumped up the price of the beer in the local area for a bit.
Yep, because now people know that they can sell it for like 60.
Yeah. But hey, I got a good deal.
So you're going to make your way back down to the ship? Haldir?
Down to the area.
Okay, yeah. So you'll spend some time walking on down there.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of you, you've spilled out into the main part of the bordello. What do you do?
I'm gonna take a look around, see if I see anyone who looks like Alara.
You don't see anyone
Oh, okay.
that looks specifically like Alara, but you do see a lot of young and attractive women. Some of them are entertaining some of the guests, others are performing, and others, yet again, are working behind the bar or as waitresses in the establishment.
What are we doing now?
The audio fell away for a bit.
I want to head to the prison. Or to the castle.
We can get you into the prison quite easily. Just,
Getting out! Not so easy, yeah.
punch someone.
Oh, are we committing crimes? I
No!
can commit crimes.
I mean, yes, technically we are. That's not.
It will get us into there.
So this just looks at Verity and goes, it would be good for like a stealthy approach to have, Mug already be arrested.
I mean, if you want to risk that, that's up to you, I guess.
Mug, would you like to
Yeah.
start a prison riot at some point?
A prison riot.
It means
How
you
do
can
you
fight
start a
all.
prison riot?
Well, you start by finding the biggest dude beside yourself
Yeah.
and punching them as hard as you can.
Okay. Let me look for the biggest
No,
guy
not
in
here,
here.
not here, not here.
What? Okay. Then there.
So the plan is, we get you arrested. For that, you just attack someone who looks like a captain. So
But
I'll
I'm
even
not
allow
very
you-
tired. I don't need a rest.
If you punch me, then the guards will bring you to the prison, where you can then fight all of the people, and then we will make sure that you get out again.
Okay. So you do want me to start a fight? Okay, let's go. Who's the toughest guy in here?
Here looks
You know
like
what?
the most noble. Because
To
at
be
least,
fair, Silas is dressed up in full
yeah.
captain's gear.
So you might, if you fight him, then you might be able to send in a complaint and demand to see the prisoner and these kind of.
Silas is actually gonna whisper in Mug's ear. I think you should start fighting me.
Okay, and Mug is punching Silas. Just without warning.
Silas will yell out like, "Help, guards! This man is attacking me!"
Should I roll a
God.
help or just say
Silas
that
is
we
not.
are?
Silas is not gonna dodge at all. I'm gonna say that I'd like
Okay.
it if that was just a guaranteed hit.
Yep. Well,
Yeah,
especially since
okay.
he's not
Roll your
dodging.
damage.
Yeah, personally, I'd say just start rolling damage on that hit.
Oh.
Also, that eliminates the
Stop
chance
it!
of
Stop it! You're hurting him! Stop it!
No. I'm gonna punch this bastard. Yeah.
So,
Stop hurting him! It's important captain of our ship. What are you doing?
Silas is just loudly making noises of, "I'm hurting! Help me, please, anybody!"
I'm following. Well, I'm fighting because it's fun, and I'm following orders.
Also, the fact that Mug is punching me probably means that at some point, I'd get a nosebleed or that kind of stuff.
yep. So,
Silas is intently looking at any of the blood he can find.
Mug, can I get you to roll damage?
Do I need to actually roll damage? How
Yeah.
much damage should I roll?
Just a fist. So, how much you would for punching someone?
Okay, so that's not 9 points. Just for a single punch, or how many punches?
Just for the first, because basically
So
you're
the
going
first one
to
is 9.
smack Silas hard. Silas, you do see blood. This rocks your head backwards, and you've got a massive nosebleed.
Okay. I'm gonna intently look at all the blood and go, "Oh my god, that's blood! Oh my god, that's blood! Oh my god, that's blood!" Trying to get myself to pass out.
Oh boy.
So
Should I roll a will save?
Yep.
Can I roll it at disadvantage because it's intended to fail?
No.
No.
Disadvantage is based on volume.
-1 is.
However, I'm gonna
Oh,
say.
I think I'm fine. So the highest d6 I rolled was a 2.
Wow.
So that makes it a total of, 3.
So. Yep.
Out like a light.
Yep. Mug, you do bring your hand back for another punch, but you realize that Silas has actually just sort of slumped in your hands.
What? Oh. Well, I guess he was too weak. And then Mug turns to Verity.
Stop!
At this point,
Verity will run for her fucking life.
the waitresses have sort of scattered away from you, and the staff are sort of.
Wasn't this on the street?
No,
Yeah, we went outside.
this is. We were outside of the office, but still inside the bordello.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
boy.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yes.
And several of the patrons have now gotten up, and they are rushing at Mug. So Verity, you just literally dashing away from Mug and towards the door.
Oh yeah. No, I'm.
Yeah.
Nope. Do not want to get hit by mugs. I have seen what that can do.
So.
Yeah, it's a pub brawl. Mug shouts.
Yes, Mug is really selling this.
So, 3 individuals have now rushed at you, and these ones are wearing armor and equipment, and they are literally just going to grab you. So I'll get you to roll a either a dexterity dodge to try and avoid getting grabbed, or a strength might to try and throw them off when they do land hands on you.
Oh, I think it's going to be a might. Strength might.
Mm-hmm.
Try to throw them up. Let's see how this goes. Okay, it's not too bad. Do you get stunts out of ability?
Yes, you can. I'll just see which ones actually make sense. Some of the exploration stunts, depending on how many points you've got.
I have 4.
You're already using that, so you don't quite need.
Not
to
too
pick a
bad, she
focus.
says 19.
Okay. There is one that would be quite useful at this stage. It's called With a Flourish. The manner of your success is impressive to all those that are nearby and watch, and you have a +1 bonus to oppose tests against them until the rest of the until the time or the venue changes.
Yeah. Okay, I'm using that. That's very cool. Yeah. Okay. So I'm guessing Mug throws them off.
Yeah.
And
So
shouts, "Let's fight properly."
basically, the ones that have approached you are 2 orcs and a human, in armor and equipment that is very similar to those of the guards that you've seen frequently around the place.
Are they
2
guards?
Yep. The 2 orcs have grabbed at your arms to try and drag you out the front. And you've literally just thrown, used that momentum, lifted them up, and tossed them at a table. Smashing them through the tables. They pick themselves up out of the mess and look at each other and lunge at you again. They are seriously pissed and the fight is on.
Oh god.
I have a feeling like this is going exactly as we planned.
Yeah.
But you had to do it in her bar though.
You're welcome. It's not like when you talk about a plan with Mug, that Mug will actually be able to, stick to the plan.
We got the plan until we were outside.
If the plan involves more than 2 steps, you should probably not plan ahead.
You see, the problem is going to be: is Mug going to remember the prison riot? Or
Oh my god, that meme is perfect. That meme is beautiful.
It is a beautiful meme.
To be fair, Mug,
this is exactly how well we thought this out.
even if Mug forgets the prison riot, how big are the chances of Mug not getting in a fight in the prison?
Wow.
Let's be honest. Mug needs as much trigger of someone looking at him while mentioning the word fight.
Yeah.
Sometimes even less.
It will be fine.
I feel like always less. But,
more often than not less.
yes.
So our sneaky plan is to just get the crap punched out of me.
So, Wisp, what are you doing while you see Silas laid out on the floor?
I'm just going to watch and see what happens.
So, Wisp, you've sort of stepped back into the background.
Plan. They decided to go ahead without consulting me. I'm going to see how it goes.
Fair enough.
To be fair, I tried to just propose a plan, but then Mug decided that murder was a good idea.
Rightio. So, Mug. The 3 that you've now engaged are going to be attacking you.
So.
I'm gonna in Orcish say he just lost control. I don't know what's happening.
So the first 2 are clear misses. The second 2 hits. Whoops! I just yeeted a dice. So the 2 orcs punch you for 6 damage apiece.
Okay, wait, just 6 damage. That's not much.
Each, so...
Oh, each.
Yep.
But my armor gets subtracted from each.
Yep.
Okay.
So basically, they tickle you.
Yes, they tickle me.
The human tries to get another grab on you, but misses. So you can throw your punches as you wish.
Ooh, okay. They're not doing very well for guards.
Well, they are.
That's because it's you, Mug.
They're fighting a very strong dwarf in armor. Then again, they are also strong and in armor, so...
Yeah, I didn't roll very well, so I miss. There's no aiming that I can do.
Considering you haven't physically moved from the spot, you do get a +1 for effectively being able to aim your shot.
Okay. And it's... Oh, I think my accuracy is 3 or 2 or... Ooh, I can't remember. But...
Quickly try to...
Can I? Which one of them is trying to grapple Mug?
The human who's behind.
Is it too stupid to be like, I can cast magic now? Like, what?
To be fair, it might not be too stupid. I mean, have you noticed how many soldiers are in this town?
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna... Okay, this should help, and I'll cast heroic hero's inspiration.
Who
It's a
you
major
casting
action.
On the guards or
On the guard who's trying to grapple you, not the ones who are trying to fight you, but the one who's trying to grapple.
Rightio. So Mug, you do hit with that, so roll your damage.
Oh.
And I just made the target number. Barely. No, wait, no, I'm fine. Never
Yeah,
mind.
it's only 4 points of damage this time.
Yeah, so you...
So I'm only tickling them as well.
Yeah, you slam your fist into the chest of one of the orcs who just grins at you as your knuckles effectively bounce off his breastplate.
Wow.
Oh, actually, I can give it to all of them. So I give it to all of them.
Okay.
They all have a +2 on their next ability check.
Yep, and they are going to all try to grapple and pin Mug. 2 of them assisting, and they passed on that. So, Mug, you suddenly feel a kick to the back of your kneecap, and as you start to buckle, the orcs leap forward and just grapple both your arms.
Hey, let's fight more!
And
Don't just end it here! We want to prefer more!
They drag you out and toss you out into the
Hey,
street.
I don't want to get arrested yet!
Oh no, what would I do if I got arrested?
A number of guards, these ones heavily armed, now arrive and surround you, Mug.
I don't want to get arrested!
The one that you punched, and he's sort of wiping blood from a split lip, turns around and just looks at you and goes, "You should have thought about that before you threw the first punch."
Yeah, but I want to fight more! That's why I don't want to arrest!
He just gives you a completely incredulous look, and then turns around and looks at one of the other guards who's arrived and says, "See this idiot dragged up to the dungeons? Hopefully he'll cool off overnight."
Oh man, it's over already.
Mug, the guards grab you and tie your hands behind your back and start leading you at spear point effectively.
Mug is resisting.
Yeah, there is enough of them that they are...
The fight is not over yet.
They're doing their best to try and keep you kettled in and sort of swapping guards in and out so that they get a break.
Well, the
They
plan
need
is
like
going
10
well.
words to contain a mug.
But you get the feeling after a while that they've kind of gotten used to dealing with this, but probably with people more drunk than just strong and angry. They eventually get you up to a lift where they force you into it, and it takes you upwards through the stone where it seems to have been cut directly through, and into a dark, ill-lit dungeon where they shove you along and throw you into a cell that it's quite massive and filled with lots of people. One of them shouts on after you, it's like, Warden will see you when he's ready. And then he wanders off.
Oh, that was easy.
So what's the rest of you been doing in the meantime? Silas, you're completely passed out on the floor.
Yeah, I'm like trying to tend to him while saying, "I hope it's okay that I cast this spell on you. I was just trying to help. Is he taken away? Will he be taken care of?"
The human who has been working with the orcs to take Mug down sort of nods and goes, "He'll be on his way to the clink sooner rather than later."
Oh, good. Good.
Mind explaining what the hell that was about?
Well, fuck.
If only we knew.
Well,
quick.
I'm not entirely 100% sure, but I think he's been with us on the ship for a while, but he broke his contract and wanted more of the money because we earned more with our trades, and I think they got into he then lost his temper and decided that the best way of getting that is, instead of talking, was to punch our captain. I do hope he's doing well.
He just looks between you and Silas, who's still passed out on the floor, and just shakes his head and just goes, "All this over a fecking pay dispute."
Well, he does have some anger issues between us.
Well, he can.
He's been known to to fight anything and everything for the slightest provocation, and we've been trying to get rid of him for a while.
He just looks at you and goes, "I swear he's going to stay in there for a while. The sheer amount of paperwork I'm going to have to do."
Like nods gratefully.
And then he just walks over to one of the waitresses, speaks to her, and goes and sits down with the orcs. Within very short order, a bunch of alcohol is now sat on the table in front of them.
I don't have any money. Can I look to Whisp, we should buy them around?
I'm gonna say that she knows that Silas's money is literally in the pouch on his hip.
Yeah, I'm just. She's gonna look to Whisp and be like, "I'm just gonna take a little bit of this to give people here a drink. I'm sure he won't mind."
Well, he's on the floor, so I'm gonna say not.
Great. So she's gonna take a little bit of it and loudly proclaim, both in common and Orcish, "A round for the fine gentlemen over here. Thank you so much."
The bar staff run more alcohol out to them and take your money.
Yep. That is fine.
That sounds like a good deal.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
All
How do you
good.
usually wake up Silas when he's like this?
So I'd say Silas would start to be coming around after a short while.
Great, at this point I'm gonna pour water all over him.
Silas, you start to come to just as you start getting waterboarded.
To be fair, it does feel like the friendlier version of waterboarding when there's not, a thing covering my face involved. So I just wake up like, look, wipe the water off my face.
Was it really necessary?
I hate it when that happens.
Oh, you're still covered in board. Here, let me get it off, and she throws more water on.
Silas just goes, more blood.
Like sunshine?
Thank you, I guess. Oh,
What the hell happened?
so I have good news and bad news.
Okay.
By that he means he has bad news.
Good news is we engaged step 1 of our plan as to how to solve that
His
job
plan?
that we're on.
What plan?
The plan where we, go to do the thing with the person that we're not supposed to speak about in front of an audience.
Shouldn't we kind of all be on this plan?
Yes, but I pitched the plan and Mug thought it was the actual solution.
You pitched it to Mug first.
I tried pitching it to all of you, but there was a Mug close to me, and I forgot to think ahead of Mug murdering me.
You're the captain. For goodness sake.
The good part of the plan is that we now have a man inside.
Mug, of all people.
You know how distracted the guards will be when Mug does his thing inside of that prison.
Assuming it's a very small prison.
In which case, Mug will still be plenty to keep some guards busy, which means we have more room to, do our thing.
Oh, for goodness sake.
See, it's a solid plan.
It's a terrible.
Awful plan.
Mug didn't think so. At least Mug had some faith in me.
Oh my gosh.
Silas, you're Captain. You're
Verity, why didn't you stop him?
She points down at her very tiny human self. Points at him and points out the door where Mugs went. I just managed to not get pummeled.
What's step 2 of this plan, genius?
Well, step 2 is thinking of a way to make sure that Mug does his thing and we enter the prison while the guards are distracted.
Oh,
I thought you'd have a plan for that.
no.
Oh. In that case,
going great, guys.
In that case, we should probably hurry up with finding out a plan.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Mug is relying on us, but the good part is he doesn't know that yet.
Oh, I don't even know what to say to you right now.
She did mention that there would be a way to get under.
Ooh, maybe we can use that.
Where exactly is that?
Sure, there's a network of tunnels, probably. Well, she did say connected to the sewers.
Uh-huh. It requires a map to find such a place or intel or something.
Oh, maybe the lady that owns this place. She was lovely.
Then why don't you go sweet talk her then and find out?
Well, I wanted to sweet talk her, and then you said
do
you
it
have
then.
a girlfriend, sir.
That was about other people.
As you are currently debating, the blonde elven lady comes forward and she looks at the broken table and looks at you and just steps very quietly into your group and says, I believe that the lady of the house had initially given you some indication of
Subtlety? Yep.
That's the word.
I would
as much
like
as
to
we
point
appre-
out that this is all his fault.
As much much as we appreciate your dedication to whatever plan it is you're cooking up, could we please encourage that it's further planned outside of our establishment? You are getting somewhat loud. And then she looks towards the guards that you've literally just bribed with alcohol. It's like, and there is only so much that blind eyes can be turned to.
Yep.
Yeah, they don't want to be
makes perfect
associated.
sense. Let's go.
And she hands you a small scrap of paper and says, "This might give you a bit of a head start." And then she walks
I'll
away.
take the paper and drag the rest outside. As much as Verity can drag anything, which is not very much at all.
As you make your way outside, she does shout rather loudly over her shoulder. It's like, "And the captain will owe the establishment for the replacement of that table."
Yep. How much is a table?
No idea.
Only about 500 gold, don't worry. And Silas then goes, "At least that depends on the make of the table, but
100 gold for a table? What the hell?
the tables we had at my former house were expensive, I guess."
For a table? A bit of wood?
Well, my mother had a desk that was, I believe, that custom made for 700, something like that. So it wasn't much, but we had someone come over and handcraft it for like a week.
Ew.
It was pretty though.
We should find Haldir.
See, now that's a sensible step too to the plan. And after
Then
that,
he can babysit you.
no, I have a plan.
I don't like any ideas you come up with.
I promise this will be a plan that doesn't involve me doing dumb shit.
Unless we all agree to it or say aye or something, you're not doing anything else.
In fact, this plan makes you the leader if you want to.
I don't want to be the leader.
In that case, we could make Haldir the leader.
In his absence.
So,
In his absence, everyone just concluded that Haldir is the better leader.
Yeah.
so Silas goes, "Well, for this plan, I could, climb up to one of the ships that's near them, near the prison, and just use my, daddy," and he taps on the rifle that he has slung over his shoulder, to get a closer look at the prison. And make sure that you get some support from up there.
Once we've gotten to a relatively safe place, or we're back on board, or wherever we are.
Yep. So, I'd say
Yeah,
that
so-
you make your way down towards the ship. What I will say is we'll jump to Haldir. So, Haldir, I'm presuming you're going and trying to find these warehouses and finish off the deal.
Yes, but before that, Haldir has went past whatever they have as a post office to hand over 2 letters.
Yep. They don't have specifically a postal service in this particular town. It is more like a small private enterprise that runs couriers that carry parcels directly for a price. Like, the more expensive services being that they will actually send someone with the mail to escort it, and the cheaper stuff being that it just gets thrown on the cargo ship of the cargo hold of a ship going in the general direction.
Yep, that's good enough.
Yep. So you find an enterprise that's being run by a halfling who basically has set himself up sitting on a counter on a small stool to do business. You kind of get the feeling that the shop was not designed with halflings in mind originally.
There's like ladders to all the tables and such.
Yeah, so basically it's a small frontage with a large counter that if the halfling was standing behind, you wouldn't even notice there was someone there. there is a small stepladder that comes up onto the counter, and he has set up like a mini office on the counter itself. He's scribbling paperwork and taking notes, and occasionally taking parcels and letters from people. You see the last patron stepping away from him, and he literally just tosses the parcel off behind the counter. It almost looks casual, but you notice that you don't hear like anything hitting the floor, so you're presuming that there's possibly someone behind there that you can't see.
So Haldir walks up, and I have 2 letters for Genereth here. Don't need to be quick, just need to get there.
He looks up, looks back at his piece of paper, and he finishes off a sentence and then goes, "That can be arranged. Snow mail is easy to do. That will be indirect. It will go via Port Marley, but it will get there in good time. Do you have the addresses that it's to be delivered to?"
Yes. One is for the unspoken instruments in Killiran. The other one is to the mysterious teller in Radian.
He nods and takes the names and the cities that you have mentioned, or towns, and you notice that he writes them carefully onto the piece of paper in front of him and puts a number next to them, seemingly to indicate which piece of parcel or letter that it's meant to be attached to. And
the letters also have, in a very nice handwriting, the addresses.
Yep. He'll hold his hands out for them.
Haldir hands them over.
And he sort of takes 2 additional pieces of paper and sort of wraps them around and quickly scribbles on them the numbers that he has assigned them on his list. And then he drops them behind the counter and then holds the hand out and says, 5 silver apiece.
So that was 5 silver per, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Haldir just hands him my gold.
Yep. He takes it, bites it, tosses that behind the counter as well. From your angle now, you can actually see that there are 2 people down below, both of them halflings. One of them has caught the letters and has rushed off behind the counters where they appear to be organizing all the letters and parcels to be collected. And the other one is a elderly halfling who just catches the coin, bites it again, holds it up to the light, and then puts it into a chest and starts tallying more figures onto a piece of paper.
And after this, time to find a place that can repair our ship.
The
Haldir is like super efficient.
Haldir is like super duper efficient.
The halfling sort of doesn't look up from finishing off his notes and just sort of points further down. He goes, "You got the shipbrokers and shipyards down that way. You'll find someone. Bit quiet at the moment."
Thanks a lot, sir. Haldir walks.
Yep.
Question. Does Haldir notice like a guard presence going towards the place where the rest of the crew is at some point during his like business?
So on Haldir's trip down, he would have probably started to notice that once again the guards have actually sort of dissipated, that they don't seem to patrol this far down. At least not in any frequency.
I mean more the guards near the inn where we were.
He would have walked away from that because he's gone down towards the ship.
Okay.
I have no idea what you guys are up to.
Good.
So it will be a surprise.
Yes, it will.
So I'll say the others will catch up with Haldir just as he's leaving the postal or courier service.
Hello, Haldir.
Hello. You're done with your business?
You notice that, like, Silas has some blood in his beard, looks all scruffy. And he goes, yeah, almost completely.
You don't want to know.
Okay, great.
We should probably save Mug at some point.
Wait, save Mug?
Yes?
Silas thought it was a great idea to tell Mugs that he could get arrested, and that would be part of the plan. And fight him. And so Mug beat Mugs, punched him, then tried to punch me, and well, Silas fainted because blood, I assume.
Wait. So why was the plan for Mug and Silas to start fighting?
Well, it's actually quite smart. See, we're trying to get someone from the prison to the outside of the prison, but we didn't know how to. Yes, we've been hired to do that.
Okay.
What about the prison plan?
By a very influential friend of ours that will definitely help us in other goals as well, as long as we help them retrieve this friend. And, well, we didn't know how to get into the prison, but that's been solved now.
For Mug.
Well, Mug is inside, which means that Mug will do its thing, which means that either a hole gets punched in the prison and we can walk in through the hole, or a fight breaks out and we can walk in through the gate that will be left unguarded because there's a fight in the prison.
Well, do you know when Mug will start this fight?
Knowing Mug as soon as possible. But he probably has to go through military court first, so I think we have a little bit of time.
Haldir is just taking hands to his head like, okay. So shouldn't you guys be up there to like see when shit goes down?
Well, that's the plan, but it's not easy to walk up there, so we decided, let's see how Haldir is doing and then find a clever way up.
Uh-huh.
Well, we already know we could maybe do the series. Also, I got a note, so I should read the note. I read the note.
That's a smart idea.
The note appears to be some directions that take you from basically the mid-levels up to the sewers and indicate where the entrance to the local sewers are, or more to the point, where the least guarded entrance to the sewers is.
I found the entrance.
Well, that's very handy.
So also, I offered that it might be a good idea that, you guys sneak in and I do the long range sneaking. And I tap the rifle on my back again.
Wait. You're gonna set up and start shooting the guards.
No. I'm only going to start shooting them if it looks like you're about to die. Otherwise, I could, try and look noble and, use my actual understanding of how nobility works to, see if I can walk in that way. That could also be an option.
Okay. So, Silas, since you're having a gun, right? You know gunpowder things?
Yes.
Can you make something that makes a lot of smoke?
Glenn, can I engineer a smoke grenade?
Effectively, yes.
In that case, Silas will go, wait. And he pulls out his engineering notebook that he has been making drawings in. If we modify this design a bit, then I think we could make something work.
We ain't gonna make anything work. You're gonna make something work. So, what if instead of you going up and sitting someplace and maybe shooting guards and giving us even more trouble, you join us in the sewer to get there, and then whenever we actually are near the place, we make a lot of smoke, grab whoever. You have a description of the person, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
Yes, we know who we're trying to say.
we grab the person and Mug. Silas, or I guess Whisp have to figure out how you're gonna do that to get Mug to leave the fight.
Silas just looks at Whisp and goes, "Do you still have knockout chocolate?"
I do.
I think I know how to get Mug out of the fight.
Then we need someone to carry Mug.
Maybe we need the twins.
Oh, we're dragging them along too, are we? Great.
Well, they are usually the people carrying the things. I mean, have you seen these arms?
I mean, Mugs, that's only one person. We can probably still carry Mugs. I mean, I couldn't do it by myself, but if we're like 2 or 3 people, we can probably carry Mugs. Right?
We can definitely try to get. Wait, you have that stuff that makes us be better at stuff, right?
Well, yeah.
In that case, we might be able to just carry the Mug with, your magic and our combined peopleness.
Should be possible, yeah. I have things to make us
or I
stronger.
guess we can just leave Mug there and then bail him out later.
That is also a possibility if we don't want him to be connected.
You know what? That's actually a really good idea. So let's forget about getting Mug out. We just need the other guy out, and then we can go up and we can bail Mug out the day after.
Yes, that sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
I like this plan a lot better.
Question.
Yeah, and Mug will just go along with it.
To be fair, Mug is in prison.
Mug isn't there.
Mug doesn't really have any going along with it or going against it.
Until we get there. Then
Mug is enjoying some free dinner and a rest.
Okay. I need to see a shipwraith to start making repairs on our ship. Then we're gonna meet at the boat, take the twins with us, and then we'll leave. Silas, I hope you can make that grenade thing smoke fast. And I'll guess we go from there.
Silas just looks up and goes, if it has to do with, gunpowder or weaponry, I can make anything fast.
Great.
Good at lockpicking.
Well, I'm not okay. I'm not great at it, but I'm also not bad at it.
You know what? I'll see you guys at the ship. I'm gonna make sure that it's repaired.
That
then
sounds
Haldir just leaves. He's just like, this is a lot.
Silas looks at Wisp and goes, I know who can pick a lock, but it's not in the stealthy silence way.
Oh, we're screwed.
We could ask Bingo to pick the lock.
Oh, we're double screwed.
No, the other way is to, actually lockpick it, which I've tried before because I thought it was funny to, open the locked chests that were around the house. But I'm not great at it, and it's been a while.
So you definitely need to come along, Ben, because you're our only hope.
Ah, I like the sound of that. Silas actually then looks and goes, you know what? I'll also bring a drill just in case.
Oh, for goodness.
He has one of those hand drills that you can use to, drill out a lock or, upgrade your weaponry.
And how fast are you at drilling out a lock?
Does anyone know if any of the prisons might be magically guarded?
Oh, that's something we haven't considered.
Huh.
I mean, I can
know what prison looks like.
I can maybe deal with that, but it would depend on how strong it is. But I have stuff to deal with that.
Do they do magical prisons?
Well, most of our prisons were magical. To be fair, I was also in the magical power. But,
I mean,
well, we had both. We had, normal locks, because none of us know how to do magic locks. Or normal locks, but, yeah. There's also...
Glenn, question.
Yep.
Beaucaire was the industrial area.
Yep.
Which means that the locks and such were probably also more industrial grade than like what you'd encounter in other areas,
Yeah,
right?
you would probably see a lot more of like larger metal cages and more carefully crafted locks that less use of magic, more use of technology.
So then, like what Silas is used to is heavier duty normal locks.
Yep.
Which would mean that, well, he has much more trouble with magical locks. He would probably have a reasonable chance with normal locks, right? In an area that has less industrial locks than what he's used to.
When it comes to spending time, you would spend less time on a standard lock than you would on a like heavy duty Beaucaire one.
Nice.
It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so Silas will go, I think the normal locks, I can cover that. But, I didn't even know about magical prisons, so...
I can please probably detect if there are magic, and if there are, I might be able to do something about it. But,
awesome.
Again, if the spells are too strong, I won't be able to.
You can do anything. I believe in you.
She looks at you like you're kind of stupid. Like, this is not how magic works.
And then he goes, and the dude in the sun also believes in you. He tries to, actually use the things that he knows she
looks like she cringes just a little bit, and she's like, thank you.
He actively tried, but he completely missed the mark on that one.
But fine.
And then Silas goes, well, I guess now that the ship's taken care of, I should probably go to the ship to get those smoke things going.
Yeah. So Silas, you can. I'll get you to roll a intelligence engineering to work out how you do.
Do I get skill points on this?
Yep. Because you could improve your chances if you pick a focus you currently don't have.
I have engineering.
Yeah, but you don't have grenade making. Effectively, you don't have.
Oh, true. So I have 5 stun points. Could I just?
You can spend 4 to effectively get the focus that you don't have. So, depending on your score, I will say how you do.
Okay, so I add the focus for grenade making as well to this then?
Yep, so...
That's another 2, right?
Yeah, it's another 2.
I am safe. I am decidedly safe. I am rolling a 21.
Right.
I already rolled a 5 + 5 + 4. Then I'm like, intelligence, decent, engineering, and then also grenade making. Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, so you don't have the talent for alchemy. So, what I will say... Yeah, that's fine. So you're not making... These are basically... They won't cause really any damage if they explode. Like, these are more akin to fireworks than anything else.
Yeah.
You craft up small satchels, pour in a ton of black powder into them and mix in a couple of extra powders that you are aware that will just make tons and tons of smoke if mixed into the batch. Usually it's a bad mix of gunpowder, but you're doing this on purpose. You easily spend time to make a solid 5 of these bags.
So I have 5 smoke grenades.
Yep.
Awesome. Let me add them to the inventory.
They have to be lit, so you've basically made the bags so that they hold all their ingredients, they're not going to spill accidentally, and that they have a tiny fuse that goes into the bag.
They are like classical bombs.
Yep. But the way they're designed, they're not designed to cause any damage to anyone, even if they're thrown directly at them.
It's that, but with a leather pouch, basically.
Yep.
Awesome. That makes sense. So these things are purely for like making it difficult to see me.
Yep, they'll make a loud bang, there'll be an initial massive white flash, and then it will just fill the area around with smoke.
So I can also use them as flashbangs.
Yep.
Can I write down that this is a recipe that he now understands?
Yep. I'll allow it.
Awesome.
It's still risky not... He knows it's risky making them without all the proper equipment, but he was extremely careful this time.
Yeah, it's like, because he knew how risky it is, he wouldn't do anything that he doesn't know if it works.
Yep.
And then also the things that he does more careful than normal. And he does have a healthy dose of respect for gunpowder.
Yep.
He's probably big on the receiving end of failed experiments before. As soon as he has the pouches, he drops them in like a bag. Ooh, Glenn, what is the size of these?
They're not really much bigger than the size of a fist.
So would one fit in my bag of copying?
No.
Okay. Damn it.
That pouch is very, very small and narrow.
Yeah, that's specifically like a coin sized or a bullet sized, basically.
You kind of get the feeling that it was designed specifically for someone who wanted to sort of either cheat at making money or for just not having to ever have to worry about ammunition.
Still suits me. With that, I'm gonna actually put them in like a safe place on my person.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna walk out and I'm gonna like try and find the rest of the crew. And I'm gonna go, Verity.
Yeah.
I managed to make 5 of the smoke things.
Oh, that's good, right?
You want one as well?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
That'd be nice.
There
Thank
you
you.
go. And then he tries to find Whisp. And he goes, here, I made a few. You can have one as well, just in case, we split up and you need to get to safety.
I think Whisp is currently BRB.
Oh, oops.
Oh, good. What I will say is, around this time, Haldir is also going to show back up with a shipwright who's going to take one look at the damage, just turn to Haldir, shake his head, and just say, 500 gold pieces for that.
Haldir just looks it up and down, just gives a nod. Like, well, as quickly as you can.
He nods and says, we'll get on it.
Can we get a loan it in the meantime? Like the same when a car gets repaired? Can we get like a loan ship in the meantime? The same way when you bring your car to the garage.
Doubtful.
Extremely doubtful. The shipwright would nod and say, of course, payment before.
Right. Give me a moment.
Yep. Not a problem.
Oh.
And he just stands and waits, and he sends a young lad that he's brought off up along with him to run off and start making arrangements.
Yeah. While Haldir's up to get the money, he also finds Thassus, our cook.
Yep.
And like hands him the papers for. This could really bite me in the ass, but hey. Like, wait a minute.
The cook looks at them and his eyes just widen slightly, and he goes, "Never imagined you'd ever make this kind of money working the seas."
I'm sure you wouldn't.
Been a
Now-
long profession.
Now, I'm gonna trust you and the crew to go there and deliver these these goods and get the money back here. And if you don't come back, remember I'm a mage.
We can be evil because
I'm a mage too.
you can find them and then you can unleash the mug on them.
He looks at the papers, looks at you, looks at the papers, and goes, "Frankly, I wouldn't even imagine it."
Great. I picked right. I like gives him a clap on like. And the good thing about being on a ship like this, we all share the profit. And then he walks away.
You see him like sort of eyes glaze over as he tries to work out just how much of this like payout is actually technically his.
Mm-hmm.
And he wanders off to gather up some of the crew. In very short order, barrels are being taken off the ship and moved to the nearby warehouses. Then the same with the bundles of cloth.
Great. Yeah, I was planning on doing all of this myself, but apparently there's a whole situation we need to take care of. So Haldir goes down, pays the gives the money to the shipwright.
He quickly counts it and nods and goes, "We'll have that ready as soon as possible. Truth be told, it will only take 1 or 2 days."
Sounds great. Okay, let's get the twin on the go, shall we? Leave this man to do his job.
Yeah. Silas then walks over to Haldir and he takes one of those pouches that he has and he goes, "Here you go. If you need it to, get you out of a sticky situation, you light the fuse, throw it, look away, and then everything will be fine."
Haldir looks very uncomfortable at the bag. Like you've given him something alive and squirmy that can just eat his face off.
If you want to, I can hold on to it for you, and if you need it, I can then throw it to you. But I thought it'd be useful to have one on you as well, just in case we get separated and you need to get to safety.
Sure. Then he puts it in a pocket.
Just don't look into it when it does its thing.
Oh, I'll be running.
So Silas then mentions just how long he expects it to be, but it might be, a little bit off of the expectation. They are homemade without proper tools, after all.
Yes. Okay, let's get the twins and go.
So the twins are currently overseeing the goods being taken off the ship, so they're up on deck and clearly seen.
Is Whisp here again?
Yes.
Okay. Silas will try to find Whisp, and probably eventually does. And he goes, "Here you go," and he hands one of the smoke grenades that he made to Whisp.
Huh?
If you need to, get some smoke to cover your exit, light the fuse, look away, and it does its thing.
Light it with what?
Fire.
And how am I supposed to create that on a whip?
You know, you do the thing that every sensible person does. Do I have matches on me?
You've got flint and tinder.
Oh yeah,
on
I've got
you.
flint and tinder even. I'll just, pull out my flint and tinder and go, like this.
I will just point out that you never told Verity any of this, so Verity thinks she can throw this thing and it will explode.
I don't have anything to light anything.
In that case, I'll hold it, and if you need an escape, just find me. I'll make sure you get to safety.
Oh, great.
Silas, you're also
In that
well
case,
aware.
you're not leaving my sight the entire time, mister.
Silas, you're also aware that you could use your pistols to light these things without.
Silas then gets this evil grin on his face.
Why are you smiling?
Well, there is another solution to make these beauties do their thing.
On my person?
Well, you throw it, and then I make it go boom.
Oh gosh.
And he taps his pistol, going like, that should work as well.
Note to self, don't let you out my sight.
Okay, so I'll hold on to that one then.
Yep. I'm assuming everyone else has means to light these things.
Well, I told Haldir how they work, but he didn't really seem to appreciate the idea.
Uh-huh.
And I handed one to I think it's best that we find Verity.
What did you do to Verity?
Well, I handed her one and forgot to tell her how they work.
Fantastic.
But as soon as we find her, I'll tell her, and it will be all right.
And what about Hoddit and Doddit?
The
Gerard?
twins.
Yep.
I don't. I think they can handle themselves.
Such a caring captain.
Well, I'll be around to keep an eye on them and save their asses, as always.
We're screwed if we get split up.
See, and that's why you don't split up. Because, as always, it's just a big game of follow the captain. And then he smiles and goes, no, I'll make sure not to, separate from you guys.
Ditto.
And, I mean, I made a promise to you. I'll have to keep you alive so that you can pick up whoever eats my blood thing.
Plus, if you end up fainting and no one's near you, that's going to be a problem.
I won't faint. I have a plan for that.
Uh-huh.
I mean, the whole plan is I won't shoot my pistols unless I absolutely need to, which means that we do no blood, which eliminates the entire fainting issue. See? Foolproof.
Just in case, I'm going to give you this, and I'm going to give him a healing potion.
Ooh.
It's
Waste
a secretly melted sleeping chocolate.
No.
Just in case everything goes to shit, just give him this and he'll be out of it.
I'll keep the chocolates, thank you.
So
what do these taste like?
What?
The healing potion.
I don't know, I've never drank one.
Silas has no experience with them either.
You have? I'll give you several.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
But most of the time he was knocked out when he was fed those.
Well, hopefully we'll need to find out. Just know that they're made by kin and they're very effective.
Okay. I mean, if it's not from kin, then I think I can trust it.
If it's not...
Well, have you seen that shop explode the first time we were there? And it wasn't even bingo.
I love Kinshop. What are you talking about?
I think I should probably visit it again then, just because I think I might be remembering the wrong shop then.
What are you talking about?
It practically exploded the first time I saw it, I think.
What's going on, but it wasn't exploding.
No, it wasn't exploding the way Bingo would make something explode.
Uh-huh. You bought a potion there yourself, which you used on a Lara that worked very well. Or have you forgot that as well?
I think I remember that.
Oh, for goodness sake. Use it sparingly, for goodness sake. Don't get lost. I'm gonna get you like a child's rain or something.
The twins look down at the lot of you from the ship and are both snickering when they hear you shout that. In the meantime, we'll cut to Mug, who has found himself locked in a cell with a number of other people. Some of them are sort of sleeping in corners. One of them is sort of drunkenly stumbling around, shouting like incoherently. The rest are just sort of huddled and looking relatively miserable. It doesn't take too long before there is the uniform clomping of boots, and the guards reappeared, this time escorting a elderly human man in uniform, but less armed than they are, carrying a large stack of papers and a candle, which he holds out to one of the nearby guards.
Wait, Glenn, is this for me or
Yeah,
is this
for
for
Mug.
the? Okay, yeah. I just wanted to check because I wasn't sure.
The elderly human shouts out a couple of names, and sort of one at a time, various prisoners sort of indicate that that's them, and he takes notes, and then he gestures to you and goes, "You, the dwarf, new here. What's your name?"
Oh, hi. I'm Mug.
He scribbles on his pieces of paper and he goes, "Says here that you caused a bar fight up at the bordello."
Yeah, I like to fight. I can fight really well, but that bar fight was really short. I mean, that bastard, he was punched out in like one go, and the guy just took me away before I had a proper bar fight. I didn't want to get the rest before having the fight.
He's just watching you talk, and then he looks at the guard to his right who's holding the candle, and this guard just sort of shakes his head and goes, "Please just don't ask." And then he takes a couple more notes, and then he goes, "Well, assaulting an officer is more than just a misdemeanor around here, so you can easily expect to be kept in solitary for, at a minimum, week."
Oh, that sounds good. Does it have good food? Can I fight in there?
The two guards look at each other and over the top of this elderly man's head, and he just sort of sighs as if this is probably going to be one of the hardest days he's ever faced. He's like,
Mug is good at creating those.
"Young man, I don't believe you fully understand the amount of trouble you were in."
Yeah, I'm not sure what the solity is, but it sounds like a fancy word, so it must have fancy food and fancy drink.
You will get a basic 3 square meals per day of bread and
Yes!
water.
That's good.
He blinks at that. Due to the fact that you have assaulted one of our captains, you will be faced with solitary. Unfortunately, we do not have a great many solitary cells available, so you will be forced to
Do I get
share.
ale in there? Ale? Huh?
Prisoners are not awarded any ale.
Damn it! I'm not accepting that! I want a good ale after a job well done.
He takes a couple more notes, just shaking his head and clucking his tongue as he's just like. You hear him faintly say, "Not denying any crimes whatsoever, unrepentant." He turns to the guard on his left and says, "See him escorted to cell 12. I know it's crowded down that end of the hall, but see what you can do to isolate this prisoner as much as possible."
Wait, 12! I can't count to 12! I'm going to get lost!
He looks at his notes and he looks at you, Mug, and goes, "Well, then you have a lot to be thankful that I didn't put you down the other end of the prison." And with that,
But I want the lower numbers.
he just sighs, looks towards the roof, and says, "A prisoner does not get a choice of their accommodation in this place. Hopefully it will dawn on you sooner rather than later what it actually means to be imprisoned." And then he walks off.
Oh man.
This is a one-star review on Yelp.
I mean, it's kind of almost as bad as being a slave. But as a slave, I got to fight more. Well, maybe Hey, guards, can I fight in here? Can you take me to your pit?
The guards look at each other and then look to you, and then one of them smirks and goes, "Come with us, I'm certain we can show you somewhere interesting."
Oh, good.
And with that, they open the door.
Is this how we are going to lose our mug? Shanked in prison?
There's a number of
Or
guards
he will become a prison fighter.
join these two, and they escort you down the halls. They take you away from the areas of these large cages that seem to be holding cells, and you see that the old man is under guard, dealing with other prisoners further down behind you as you're led further into these twisting tunnels. The guard that spoke to you says, "Just the place for you. You're going to get all the fights you want in here." And then he opens up a cell door with a key and says, "Pit's right through here," and he opens the door.
Nice.
The other guard sort of prods you to go in.
Mug is going in, expecting a fight.
The guards slam the cell behind, and you hear the sound of a click as they lock it. One of them looks past and goes, "Brutus, he's all yours." And they all walk off.
We might get a puddle of mug.
The only other occupant of the cell is a heavily scarred orc with scar cutting across his face through an eye that is sort of cloudy and white.
It's like, oi, ready for the fight? Where is the audience?
The orc stands up and cracks his knuckles and goes, "No audience to witness you scream in pain, little one."
That's the spirit. And attacked.
See, it's no use threatening this one.
He seems...
Mug is excited to fight.
He seems ever so mildly thrown off by the fact that Mug does not seem disturbed at all. So, Mug, feel free to roll an attack because he's leaping at you.
Okay, are we rolling initiative first?
This will happen simultaneously.
Okay. I'm doing my normal form and does Mug? I'm assuming Mug doesn't have any weapons.
Yeah, all of Mug's equipment and weapons have been stripped of him when he first arrived.
Including
Yeah.
some.
As far as
Is there? Yeah. How about armor?
yeah, the armor would have been gone as well. Although
Okay.
you also notice this prisoner in front of you has nothing on them as well. He's basically wearing a loincloth.
Yeah.
The thing you do remember is that they basically dumped all your equipment into a crate at the entrance.
Yeah.
And basically someone took notes and shoved the crate into the corner at the entrance.
Do I get any extra for aiming or charging?
Yep, you can consider an aimed attack.
So, probably going to hit. I can't count. Okay, let's try it.
That's right. I'll let you work that out. In the meantime, the rest of you, I'm presuming you're making your way up. Mug, yep, that's a hit.
I'm presuming we're making our way up, yes.
Did you tell Verity about the flint or
Oh
whatever?
yes. As soon as Silas finds Verity, he's gonna go. So I handed you that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how those work?
I throw it at people.
There's a few more steps.
Oh, there is.
Yes. So step one is you know when you want to use it, you take it in your hand and you light the fuse. You know with these, and he shows how to use the flint and steel kind of thing.
I know how to use a flint of steel. Flint and steel, I just don't have one.
Huh.
Oh boy.
We are very prepared for this.
I mean, you didn't.
So I can't just throw this thing.
Well,
It
just
needs
throwing,
fire.
Just throwing the thing. I mean, it's only a leather pouch. I'm not sure if that's gonna hurt anyone. But
Can I shoot lightning at it and it would explode?
I think so. I mean, if I shoot it with a pistol, it will probably explode.
I don't have anything like that. Can I arcane blast it?
So this goes. I don't know magic.
You know what, Silas? And I just hands him the bomb again. Seems like you have a lot more control over those than we do.
Okay, I thought it could be useful for you to have one and just be able to.
Oh, I like it. I appreciate it a lot. I don't have flint and steel, and I don't have any fire magic.
You know what?
You
know what? I have a plan. If you hold on to yours, Verity, if you need it to do its thing, you throw it, and you yell at me to make it go boom.
Right, and if you're not there?
In that case, it might not be able to go boom.
Right, you don't just happen to have a second, flint and steel.
No.
But
I do have a second pistol.
Yeah, we could probably just buy one at the market.
I don't think we have time for that.
Oh, okay.
Since Mug is already in prison, and if you expect him to be the distraction,
well,
I think we should move quickly.
It's not even much of a doubt if he will be the exception. You know how he is.
Oh, yes.
He'll probably have made some friends by the time that we appear there.
Friends is the right term, yes.
So, the rest of you make your way up the ramps and eventually, following the guidance of Verity and the instructions that were provided, managed to dodge the patrols to find the entrance of the sewers. I will cut back across to Mug, who, after both him and the prisoner collide and deliver massive punches to each other, Mug follows up with a second devastating strike to the massive orc's jaw and whips his head back. He staggers back a step or two and then just cracks his neck and then lunges at you, Mug. This time he's going to miss.
Oh.
You seem to have thrown his vision off a little bit.
Yeah.
Not
Mug
that
is
he had
like,
much of it.
let's get this. Ha ha. Oh, I finally have stunned points.
I like the joy in the voice when someone rolls stun points.
Stun points are always
It's so
entertaining.
rare. Everyone else seems to roll stun points all the time, and I'm like,
Well, it's
oh no, I hope this hits. I really hope this hits now, because it has stun points, but it's
Yeah, that will hit.
yeah. I can use two stun points. What stun? Okay, let's look at the stun table. Still can't remember the stun table.
That's right.
You can use Mighty Blow to deal
Yeah.
1d6 extra damage.
I guess that's the best one because there's no. Yeah, I can't disarm. I don't think that works. Fist fighting.
Just to rip his arm off his body.
No, yeah. I think it's just mighty blow. Ooh, okay. Okay,
you
this
blow
is
him
going to
mighty.
go well. Ooh, haha. Okay, so that's a total of 13 damage now.
Yeah, so that's 9 damage, 10 damage, 19, and 13 damage. He is bloody and bruised, but he doesn't seem to be backing down in the slightest. And he sort of shakes his head clear and then swings another attack, which hits.
This is a good fight, shouts Monk. He's excited.
Yeah, so he does 8 damage in return that time.
Okay. I guess we'll see who has more
Yep.
hit points.
So feel free to roll your next attack, and then I will cut back to
Yeah.
the rescue crew. So you find yourselves now in a sort of out of the way area up the back ends of accommodations and sort of storage buildings that don't seem to be all that busy. The directions lead you to a small archway that is cut directly into the rock itself. This is, unlike the other places that you've seen, not decorated in any real way. There's just sort of like a sigil carved onto the wall.
This must be the place.
The sigil
Well,
does
Verity,
match a...
what does this paper say?
I'll say that the sigil does match what's marked on the paper.
Verity, do you think this is it?
Kind of blocked out.
Oh, didn't hear you there.
I kind of blacked out. I didn't get the last.
Oh, right. So you've made your way up to a sort of out of the way archway that cuts into a tunnel into the wall. This is the final spot on the instructions that you were given, and it is the sigil that's on the wall beside it is similar to the one that's drawn on the piece of paper, indicating that this is the sewer network.
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Awesome. I think that counts as a good step of progress.
Great. How many guards are around, and are anyone like paying attention? Like, how suspicious would we be climbing down here?
You've so far, based on the timings on the papers, avoided most of the patrols, and those that you did walk past, you didn't really seem to draw any attention from. The entrance to the sewers only seems, or this entrance in particular, only seems to have one extremely bored-looking guard looking over. His weapon is kind of leaning against the wall, and he's sort of bouncing between drinking from what appears to be a skin of alcohol of some sort at his belt, to just whistling tunelessly and staring out into the void.
So I think we might be able to just sneak past.
See, now that sounds like a plan I like.
He doesn't seem to be looking too often towards the archway behind him. He's just sort of staring out to, like, away from the city and out over the desert.
Great. So I'm gonna give us. I'm gonna cast Hero's Inspiration.
Yep.
What was that?
I'm gonna cast Hero's Inspiration, and I'm gonna target who is worst at and how many are.
So currently, I believe it's Haldir, Silas, yourself, and Whisp, plus the two twins.
So we're 6 people.
Six people.
Somehow I think it's obvious who is probably the least stealthy. Or at least who seems to be the least stealthy. Because Silas is actually quite dexterous.
The two twins are armored and both wearing swords at the hip.
Mm-hmm. And we're taking them with us down in the sewers. Okay. So I will give the two twins, Haldir and Whisp.
Yep.
+2 bonus on the next ability check.
Noted.
So, to be fair, are the twins still part of the plan? Because originally the plan why we took the twins was to carry Mug.
Yeah, that was what I was just
And if
thinking
we didn't
about as
bring
well.
Mug, I would assume we didn't bring the twins either, because they aren't needed, and we keep as few people as possible on us for this kind of stuff, I guess.
One of them just quietly leans in and goes to you, Silas. And who do you plan to have guard your way back out?
That is a good point.
At least one of us has brains. He just
Oi.
steps back and smirks.
Alright. So we try to sneak past?
Yep.
So what are we gonna roll to be sneaky boys?
That's dexterity stealth, I assume.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say as well.
If you have stealth, you add that. If you don't, and you've at least got the spell on, you still get a +2 from memory for that spell.
Yep.
Yep.
Can I get stun points on this?
You can, technically.
I'm a sneaky boy.
Fuck! I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I am so incredibly sorry.
That's a legendary sneak Haldir.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm not sure how that's
I will
even
explain
happened.
what happens depending on what everyone else's rolls are.
So I rolled an 18 total, but with 6 stun points. So I'd assume that would be something like advantageous positioning.
You could use stuff like that. Also, if you don't specifically have stealth, you can spend a few stunt points to actually take it as a focus.
I am so sorry.
I'd like to. Oh, that's a critical fail.
I am so sorry. the stealth focus, by the way.
You know what's good
So I
about
did
this?
give myself the +2. Not that it would have mattered. But...
So I have a legendary action, and you have triple one.
The good part about this is that Silas will not get blamed for failure this time.
Right.
I gave all of you bonuses and then completely forgot that I also needed to be sneaky, apparently.
To be fair, you didn't give me bonuses. Also, I'm going to spend some stun points on getting that +2 for mine.
Yep.
Because now we can just throw Verity under the bus
Yeah.
and have her be in prison as well and just be stealthy.
Right. So here's what I'm going to describe happens with that. Wisp, you very quickly and gracefully just dart from hiding spot to hiding spot and then dash through quietly into the archway. Haldir.
Yes.
Well, actually, I'll say Silas, you go at the same time as Haldir, and Silas, you make it through the archway.
Yeah.
As Haldir is just passing where the guard is, Verity, you fall flat on your face, knock stuff over, and the guard spins around. Haldir, you step behind the guard as he turns.
Oh,
One of the twins has tripped over Verity, and the other one just manages to sort of throw himself into the shadows of the archway. So, one of the twins and Verity, you are now facing a guard who is just sort of looking at you, scratching his head and going, "What in the blazes are you two?"
I'm gonna hold up my hands like I can't see. And I'm gonna try to... Where did you go? And I'm gonna try to find like the twin that's still there.
He kind of cottons on to what you're doing and immediately starts trying to help you up, and he goes, "Oh, for the love of all that is holy," and he just goes,
I just wanted to take a walk.
He just turns and deadpan says to the guard, "Sorry, she's blind. Didn't see the obstacle yet. We'll just get out of your hair and out of your way." Haldir, as this guard sort of starts to turn back, shaking his head and swearing, you step away again and into the archway.
When Haldir gets in, like makes a small bow, like he just danced with the guard, basically. Like, and a 1, and a 2, and bow.
You'll notice Silas giving like ever so slightly of an applause, tapping his fingers on his hand palm.
So the guard looks out and then turns around again and looks at both you, Verity, and the twin and goes, "Where are you two going anyway?"
Well, where exactly are we right now?
It's kind of like a dead end alleyway where some people live, and there's some businesses that store things in some of the nearby buildings that are carved into the walls.
What kind of story?
To the best of your knowledge, it's probably just goods that are being sold in shops further up.
Well, we're part of this ship, and well, he's helping me around. We were wondering if well, we sold some goods, and we were trying to find someone to buy more goods for, so we can sell at another port. We're trading vessel. Hi, I'm Anna.
He's just...
And I like try to aim my hand towards him.
He sort of looks
Like-
at your hand and then looks to the twin and then looks at your hand again and then just slowly takes his hand out and shakes it. And goes, "You're a very long way from the markets."
Oh, do you think you could help us? We were supposed to go a big group, but then, well, I kind of got lost. I have a tendency to wander. And, well, my friend here found me, and then, well, we walked into you quite literally. So sorry about that. Are you okay?
The twin sort of shakes his head and goes, "Cause me a fright and cause me a sprain, but I'll live." The guard looks to the two of you and then sort of looks back towards the archway, and then back at the two of you and goes, "Really shouldn't be leaving my post, but..."
Oh,
Oh, is he obvious?
it's such a helpful guard bringing the blind girl
Oh,
back to
nice.
market.
He goes, "Well, if you don't tell anyone, I won't tell anyone." And he starts to head off towards the way that you've come.
Thank you so much. And she'll prattle at it, I guess, for the way there.
As you sort of get led away, the twin that's with you sort of leans down and whispers into your ear and goes, "I guess that means we're the ones on guard duty."
She's just like in her mind, she's like, I hope none of this is magical, because I don't think Haldir's magic is the kind that can do magical blocks. But it's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
The twin also turns around and gestures at his brother, who then sort of just nods and goes to the rest of you. "Looks like we're on our own. Best we go."
Oh, bye now.
Oop. Looks like we lost Mug.
We lost someone.
The mug was also stealthy.
Real stealthy.
So stealthy that even the phone call didn't notice.
So, at this point, I'm going to cut back to Mug. So, Mug, you've thrown in another punch. This time, you land a good hit, but you feel that you didn't actually land as strong a one as you think you could have.
Sorry, I was disconnected. Did we switch back to me?
Yep, we've literally just
We
switched
just
back
did.
to you.
Okay, good.
Yep. And you're about to grumble when you realize that the orc has stumbled backwards and he's clutching at his eye and cursing.
Ooh.
You've heard the poor dude.
His attempt to throw a punch at you twisted his face just enough that you actually punched him directly in his good eye.
Oh.
Uh-oh. This will be a lifelong vendetta.
Did he roll a 111?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
So-
Nice.
Yeah, he's missed completely, and not only that, you have effectively given him a black eye in his good eye.
Nice.
Yep, that pretty much now describes this guy.
See, mate, this is what a good fight is. Mug is shouting and doubles down.
Go for it. Roll an attack. And he is now rolling at disadvantage because he can't freaking see you.
Stunned. I got stunned points. 5 of them.
Ooh.
Well, you get to use
Yeah.
them. He just wildly flails in the general vicinity of where he heard you, but he sends one punch sailing clean over your head.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to
That's a
hit.
hit.
Okay, so five stun points. What can that do? Because that can even do like defensive stuff.
Yep.
on it.
You could do a lethal blow if you want.
Yeah, lethal blow. Oh, 2d6. Oh, yeah. Oh my god. What is so bad? I'm not trying to kill this guy, but punching someone is not going to kill them. Right?
No, you'd pretty much have to continue punching them after you knock them out.
But is lethal blow extra 2d6?
Yep. So you'll add that on top of
So
your
that's 3d6.
Yep.
Oh my god. If this is triple six or something, that's going to be so bad. Okay, not a triple six, but still. So that's 14 points.
Right,
damage.
combined with the rest of the stuff, you actually do just duck under his next punch, and then just deliver another massive punch to the face, and he just sort of sags backwards and then drops to the floor.
Well done, mate. That was a good fight. Mug is saying and patting him on the back.
You don't get a response.
Tonight you will hear a weird sobbing noise if you're still in prison.
Mug makes sure that the guy is at least not suffocating or anything.
He's still breathing.
Yeah, and then Mug starts like thumping on the what's its name?
On the bars.
On the bars and shouting, "Hey, I finished this fight. Move it to the next one."
Noted. I'll jump quickly back to the rescue operation. So, as Verity and the twin are led away, the rest of you are left alone in a tunnel that is badly lit, but you definitely, as you go further along it, you're going to start smelling that you're in the right place.
Wonderful.
Glenn,
Yep.
does my dark sight do anything to help?
Yes, it does. So even though it's very dimly lit, you will still be able to navigate quite well. Anyone that doesn't have dark sight will be effectively feeling around unless they light a torch or some other source of light, which is exactly what one of the twins is currently doing. He's using his fingers to just run them along the wall.
I have dark side, so I'm fine.
Me too.
I think most people do.
I know, but I'm not there, so it's fine. I can't see anything. I mean, I'm blind. Yes.
Definitely.
I'm blind. Yep.
To be fair, I think it's a good idea not to, navigate the sewers by touch. Either that or you very much wash your hands afterwards before you step on the ship.
I don't know about you, but instead of like touching the wall, I would probably just grab someone's shoulder and use them as a guide. But that's just me.
The guard is going to stop at some point, and he's going to point up a pathway and goes, "It's up that way." And then he's going to realize, you're right.
She's gonna look completely blank when it's like up that way.
Yeah.
Just like,
It's
and
like,
then the twin is probably gonna be like, "Yeah, no, I got it. Thank you so much."
yeah, and then he's going to turn around and start making his way back towards.
I will pay him like a silver.
He
Like a tip.
He takes the money and smiles and goes, "Why, thank you muchly for that."
It's the least I could do. Thank you so much for your help. If everyone was that kind, the world would be a much better place.
Can't agree with that more. And then he's going to wander on off back to his post.
And she's gonna like, when he's like well past like step away from the twin, being like, that was too much touching.
The twin sort of just gives you a smirk and goes, "Well, I enjoyed it."
Just gonna look at him like, what? Right. So what do we do now?
Now, presuming we don't fall flat on our faces again in front of a guard, I suggest we find a place where we can at least see the entrance to that sewer, and we can watch the guard and make sure that more attentive guards aren't around as well.
Okay, let's go.
He'll lead you back up roughly the way he came, and then he, as you get close, he will sort of duck into one of the doorways nearby. Check it out, and then he's going to beckon for you to come in.
Yep, I'll go in.
You find yourself in a storage, basically the back of a large shop. There's lots of crates and of goods and materials. It seems like there is doors leading further in, potentially to a shop front somewhere else, but the twin goes and checks up past the other end and then just quietly shuts and bars the door behind with a crate, and then comes back and says, "We won't get interrupted in here for a bit."
This feels very illegal, but thrilling. Thrilling.
We'll be fine. And it gives us a good view through at least that door of where everyone else went, so we can be where we're needed if they get in trouble.
Is there like anything that even resembles like a table?
There's a couple of crates with lids on them close by that you could fashion yourself a table and some chairs out of. Just
So
by
she'll
shuffling them around.
like do that, and she'll ask him if he knows a card game that he definitely, absolutely, fucking does not know how to play.
He's just gonna cock his head to the side and go, "Never heard of that one."
Oh, let me teach you. Well, yeah. And she'll like teach him one of the games they used to play at the tower. Like they bargain with chores, but
he'll sit down and enjoy like trying to learn a new game, and he's eagerly trying to find ways to like subtly cheat at it.
Verity's not cheating. And she's probably also not looking out for him cheating. I mean, she's gonna pay attention, but she's probably not gonna good at it. She's not gonna catch on other than you're really good at this game.
He takes a little while to sort of gather up the rules, but over time he sort of picks it up quite reasonably.
Yeah, it's not a very hard.
Yeah. So the rest of you find yourself now in basically carved stoneworks, and there is open gutters carved into the stone and narrow walkways on either side. There is just basically raw sewage and water running through this place downwards. Every now and again there's like a small hole in the roof that is just dropping more into the gutters below and out. Based on the instructions that Verity had, you had the understanding that
that's true, you don't have the map anymore.
you had the understanding that you had to go up, but you probably will suddenly realize that you don't have those instructions on you. The nearest, the twin that's with you is just going to turn around and say, "Can we light something in here? I can't see my hand for my face right now."
Do you have something to actually light? I don't. And when I joined this crew, I didn't really expect to waddle in a sewer hoping to find the right place.
Not exactly.
I mean, you have seen the note, you just don't have it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I can try and remember the note.
Yep.
And I do have navigation as one of my focuses, so...
So I'll get you to roll an intelligence navigation to try and remember as much of the instructions and try and work out based on what you can see which way. Silas, you were doing something?
Yes. Yeah, Silas looks around and asks, Haldir, do you have some ink?
Some ink? Yeah.
Yes. Just like a small vial?
I do have a vial, yes.
Can I hold that?
Sure.
So I take the ink, put it in the copying bag, like on top of the bottom bullet.
Yep.
And I pull out one vial of ink and I start like marking arrows on where we went.
Okay. Haldir, it takes you a few moments, but you piece together roughly the directions, and you feel that you're capable enough to lead everyone through. So you...
I'll lead the twin.
Right? The twin's just going to quietly say, "Don't tell my brother."
Alright, I don't want anyone to know we're here.
Fair enough. You're the boss. He says that just
You
loud
did.
enough for Silas to hear.
Oi! I mean, I did say that Whisp was going to be the leader in this operation.
No. I rejected that. We said Haldir was going to be the leader.
You decided what? Well, shush. Anyway, I know which way we're going. Be quiet then.
See,
I'm
he's
gonna-
leading.
I'm going to quietly follow Haldir, but as I pass the twin that's still here, I'm going to slap him on the back of the head.
I mean,
Hmm?
you.
What's wrong? I didn't hear what you said.
Don't be mean.
He deserved it.
But then what?
We democratically decided that Haldir is the boss in this one.
You just said I was.
Yes, and then you said no, so I said Haldir, and we democratically decided that I am always here. So,
You wasn't even part of
Haldir.
this. Oh, can't live
Be
on the first
quiet.
story
We're trying to be silent. We're trying to be
Sneaky,
silent
sneaky.
here and sneak into a goddamn prison.
again.
It's Muggy doing the uprising.
So you make your way through the sewers and eventually come to another set of openings where there's ladders going up to what appear to be bars. You hear the occasional shout or disturbance from above, but it's unclear what it is. Mug, the guards seem to be ignoring the cell you're in for the large part. They seem to be quite content that they've thrown you in with someone who's going to ruin your day. Eventually, one of them comes past and sort of knocks on the bars and go, "You have fun, Brutus?"
Hey, you fucker! I've been done with this guy for the last 30 minutes. He's still knocked out. I want dinner, and I want to move to the next fight. Why are you looking me up when I could be fighting the next guy? Come on.
There's just dead silence for a second, and then, what in all the hells? And...
Give me dinner and more fights, you fuckers!
The guard actually steps forward and looks through the bars. And
What? And then Mug is going to grab him.
Radio. He most definitely does not dodge out of the way. So you grab both hands on him. I presume you're probably going to try and slam him into the bars or something?
Oh yeah, or no, headbutt.
Right.
Because
roll...
Is it a normal attack?
Yeah,
or...
roll a normal attack.
Oh, yeah, this is definitely hitting. I mean, what do I add to this? It's probably not accuracy.
Yeah, it will
just
still be accuracy.
Strength.
For any brawling attack, it will be considered accuracy.
Okay, yeah. Well, I think this will definitely hit. Again, I don't have any stunt points, but this is going to hit for sure.
Yep.
So yeah, because this is this? Ah. Yes, it's 17.
Yep, that definitely hits. So what you do is you grab onto this guard and slam him into the bars and then headbutt him through the narrow gap between. Roll your damage.
Is it just normal damage?
Yep, just normal damage.
Yeah. Yes!
Oh boy. Mug is on an adventure.
Uh-oh.
10
Oof.
points.
Due to the height difference between this angry dwarf and this orc guard, Mug literally had to sort of jump, grab him, and you've pulled him down so that he's face to face with you and just head-butted hard, and you've just shattered his nose.
If you're not bringing me to the next fight, I'm fighting you.
Can I get you to do a strength check to try and hold on to him?
Yeah. This is a might one, isn't
Yeah,
it?
straight might. So
Yeah.
strength might to try and hold on to him.
Oh, those poor sods. They should never have arrested Mug.
See, that was their first mistake. And I hope they'll learn from it, because otherwise we are going to end up murdering all of the officers in this town. And there's quite a few of those.
Yeah. God, I feel like Mug is just so freaking overpowered, and I'm rolling well too. So.
As soon as you
But
start
it's
rolling well, it becomes lethal.
No stunt points, but this is 18.
Right, yep. He's trying to struggle against you, but he can't actually free himself. So he starts shouting for the other guards. Based on that, above the rest of you, you suddenly hear guards shouting and running that then sort of fades into quiet, and there is not very much noise above you anymore. Whoever was running was clanking and carrying a lot of equipment by the sounds of it. You did hear the word prisoners.
Haldir just looks up, like, I guess Mug has started the distraction.
Nice timing.
I reckon it's time for phase 2 of the plan then. I, for the love of God, couldn't find the word 2 in my brain anymore.
So, should we throw one of the smoke
Okay.
things up there first?
Okay, that sounds like a good idea. In that case, look away.
Okay. Covers his eyes.
Silas lights the first smoke grenade, tosses it up,
Yep.
and also he specifically looks at all of the others to see if they are looking away, and then looks away for himself as well.
Alright. Noted.
Are the others looking away?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Because I don't think you'll like what happens if you don't.
The bag sails up, hits the bars of the grate, falls back down,
Oh god.
and explodes at your feet.
Couldn't I have like rolled for that?
To be honest, you were throwing it at a closed grate, so. The effect
Well, we have a lot of smoke now.
You suddenly
Fabulous.
find yourself surrounded by smoke.
Well,
Didn't you mention that the grate was still closed?
I thought you looked.
No,
Anyway.
I threw. You said to throw, and then
No, I
started,
asked if we should throw one up before we.
Silas starts
Shut
climbing up to the grate and opens it. the smoke now probably pouring out up as well.
Yep, the smoke will be rising.
He'll open the grate so that the smoke will still come up into that room because, well, smoke rises.
Mm-hmm.
Noted.
And he looks around just before like the smoke completely covers it. He looks around to see what's there.
The room in question seems to be just off to the side of the what appears to be a open hallway. There's no door or grate or anything on it. You see tubs. You can't quite see what's in them, and basically just stonework. Couple of stools. Very hard to tell if there's like a laundry or like a place for some prisoners to shower or bathrooms or whatever. You're not entirely certain what this place is, at least from floor level.
Okay, so not full of guards or anything.
Currently, no. You don't see anyone around.
I'll climb down a bit, let the smoke fill the room a bit more, and also I mentioned, not sure what the room is, but there's no guards around.
Great,
So we
then
need to
let's
be
get
quick.
moving.
We need to be quick now. And then I just start climbing again and take place where I have a clear view of like one of the open doors, but or one of the doors, but where I'm hidden from sight. So if a guard steps in, he doesn't necessarily quickly see me.
Yep. So you make your way up into this room. Once you get to sort of up out of the floor, you actually see that these tubs do seem to contain like soiled cloth and so on. It appears to be a very, very crude laundry of some sort. The grate that you're climbing out of seems to be where they dump the water down into the sewers directly. Through the corridors beyond, you see large stone tunnels occasionally broken up by cells.
Glenn, quick question before we leave this room.
Yep.
Is there any like clothing that would fit in this room?
Not that you see, unless you want to imitate prisoners. You're fairly certain that at best those are probably prisoner smocks.
Okay, I don't think a prisoner would be very convincing with a rifle over the shoulder and like 5 or 6 pistols strapped to his chest. So I think I'll just keep my captain's clothes on then.
Yep.
Is there any of the cloth that seems that has been cleaned?
It seems to be mixture. There's like a whole bunch of stacks of like really soiled and filthy stuff, and then at the other end of the room there is like a much smaller amount of cleaned and folded ones.
Okay. So when Haldir comes up, he walks over, takes one of the clean ones, and starts tying it in front of his face to like have some kind of cover for his face.
Yep.
To not be as recognizable.
Ooh, I'm gonna do the thing with the scarf again that I did in the in Freeport, so that my beard is hidden, and well, I still have my hat on, so my tattoos on the head are not visible, but the hat is quite distinct.
Yep.
I'll just put my hood over.
Not a problem. The twin that has come with you does the same thing as Haldir and basically just ties it up around like a bandana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can you see okay? Asking the twin.
He's gonna nod and gesture towards like some of the torches that are very sporadically put around further down the hallways, and he just says, "Those will be fine, at least once I get out there."
Okay.
Great. Now you know how this person looks, so get moving and find him.
Sure. The lady we're looking for. An orc.
Oh. Well, I'll hope we can find her then.
Sounds like a good idea.
He just opens the doors and motion for people to get out there.
Then did we learn the orc's name again?
Yep. Let me just grab. Cedar Amork,
Peter.
which I'll drop in chat there. So, jumping back to Mug, a bunch of guards have now just sort of swarmed, and they've grabbed the guard that you've grabbed, and have just tugged him out of your grip.
Hey, are you putting me into the next fight? I'm done with this guy in here. This one was not listening to me.
They hold the doors open and say, "Get out."
Oh, good.
They prod you along, taking you further down.
And I want dinner, and I want ale as well.
Oh, we've got just the thing for you.
Yeah. Have you brought the bread? I was promised bread and water. I'm really looking forward to it.
We'll make sure you get your just desserts. With that, they prod you along further into tunnels and crack open another cell door. As they do so, and due to the sheer amount of clattering, you hear a voice from the cell opposite go, "Well, it's been a long time since anyone's been down this end of the prison. What did you do to piss them off?" One of the guards...
I'm starting a riot! Shouts.
As you say that, one of the guards says, "Like hell you are," and shoves you into the cell and slams it behind you.
I promise I will do it! Says
Mug, the thing you do notice is that the voice from the other cell was definitely female.
Oh.
I just realised, if that female is the lady we're looking for, which I have a feeling it is, then we're gonna see Mug wave by as we take the opposite and just leave.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
While Mug is still trapped in a prison at that point.
Do the guards just leave?
Yeah, the guards leave.
Mug is shouting after them, "Where is my dinner? Give me at least dinner, and there's no one in here!"
You hear the guards just clattering away down the corridors. The voice from the other cell pipes up again and goes, "You must have done a number on them to piss them off this much."
Oh, hi. I'm guessing you don't want to fight me because we are too far away.
Well, that's usually a disadvantage in a fight, but I'm not here because I enjoy fighting.
Oh, that's a shame. So then why are you here?
I have enemies in high places. Seems they don't like me.
Yeah.
Seems they don't like that I went looking for someone. Or it could be just that I left someone at the altar. One or the other. Who knows?
At the altar. Oh, but you don't like fighting, so what did you do at a temple fight?
There was a very, very short silence and gone. And then that goes for a moment. And then temple fights, huh? Well, that would have been a way to leave an impression.
Yeah, they're the best ones. But you know what? I like my prison fight as well. It's pretty good.
So that's what got you down here.
Yeah, I feel like I should get more of a rest. Because then I get more prison fights.
Oh no. Oh no.
Well, I can say the guards around here definitely don't enjoy prison fights.
Yeah. Well, that's a shame for them because it's pretty good entertainment. My fights are very entertaining.
I'll take your word for it. So what's your name, fighter?
I'm Mug. Nice to meet you.
You hear her giggle and go, Seda a mork.
Say Dora.
Seda.
Seda. That's easy. Nice to meet you, Seda.
And a pleasure to meet you.
Mark did get the name of the person we're trying to rescue, right?
If Mug was paying attention,
Mm-hmm.
I'll let Mug decide
Oh,
how much.
yeah. I just wanted to know if there was a chance Mark actually knew the name.
Like out of character, is it that same person?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Should I roll an intelligence to see if Mug remembers?
Yeah,
if
you
it's
can
the
roll
same person.
You can roll an intelligence to see if Mug remembers.
But I have a feeling he doesn't unless I roll very well. Because he was not, as usual, he doesn't really pay attention to
The things.
details and plans and stuff. Okay, so intelligence. So I have a +0 on it. 4 plus. Well, it's not terrible, but it's an 8. So I
I'd
don't
say
think.
no. Mug, you
Yeah.
thoroughly...
Okay. So
The last thing you remembered is firstly fighting Silas in the
yeah.
tavern, and secondly stuff about pit fights. You were so excited about pit fights.
Yeah. Do I remember that we are trying to rescue someone?
You do remember the like vague details that there was someone you'll need to
Yeah.
find.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know. The one thing Mug is focusing on. Yeah. So, can you help me in how to do a prison riot? I need to start a prison riot.
She approaches the bar of her cells, so you can now see her, just barely lit up by the torches, and she is smiling, going, well, that sounds like a lot of fun. She is tall, like slightly taller than some of the male orcs, and not quite as pretty as the orc that was in the tavern, but still quite easy on the eyes. But on top of that, she is very well muscled. She looks like she could technically hold her own in a fight.
Yeah, you look like you could fight as well. I think because my friends wanted me to start a riot. I think a riot must be a fight.
Well,
because they wanted me to start one.
You're not too far wrong there. But you're not really going to be starting much of a riot on your own in there.
No. Well, I was trying to. There was this orc in my cell that I already had beaten up. And then I beat up that guard as well who came to check. That was fun.
Ooh, did they throw you in with Brutus?
Oh, that was the name of the guy.
You must have thoroughly pissed someone off.
It was a good fight. I appreciated it. I haven't had such a good fight in a while.
She taps her jaw slightly and goes, well, if you're good enough to take down Brutus, and she looks at the sort of cell door in front of you and goes, do you reckon you could open that? I reckon you could throw your weight against it and break that door down.
Yeah, I'll give it a try. And okay, so if I get you out together,
I'll show exactly
we start a riot, and then my friends come. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So wait, you should know the plan as well. The plan is I start the riot, and my friends come and we rescue the prisoner. I think there was a prisoner in here.
She blinks and cocks her head to the side, looking at you, and goes, "You wouldn't have happened to have been anywhere near the Crescent Moon Inn."
What's that?
No matter. I'm sure these friends of yours are interesting people indeed. And if they're coming, then let's make things interesting for them. You help me out of this
Yeah.
cell, and I'll show you
Yeah. So you
exactly
were
how to
saying?
start a prison riot.
Yeah, let's do that.
So the rest of you,
You
what I'll do, Mug, roll a strength might test.
Yeah, let's
just
go
to see
for
how
it.
long it takes you to first kick your way out of your cell.
And then into the other one.
And into the other one. The rest of you, I presume you're going to start trying to make your way through the prison, checking on cells as you go along?
Probably.
Yep.
I'm going to also specifically keep an eye open for something like an armory.
Yep.
And
Haldir is looking for something that might look like keys.
yeah, so, Silas is looking for the armory, also something like the evidence lockup, or the where they keep the possessions of the prisoners.
Yep. So can I get, firstly, stealth checks out of those of you sneaking around? And secondly, I will get a search roll. So perception and sight for what you're looking for. So, yep, Silas, you managed to avoid any guards as you do your search.
Perception is...
Yep. So it takes you a few minutes, and occasionally having to duck into like archways and sort of push yourselves up against prison bars here and there to avoid the sight of guards. But you notice that a large group of them sort of stumble along out of one of the hallways and into a room that appears to be either a garrison of some sort. One of them tosses an item to the other and says, "Take this to the..." He doesn't call it an evidence locker, but basically you get the gist that whatever phrase he's using is where they take items taken from prisoners.
It sounds similar to the thing I'm looking for, basically.
Yeah. You basically just tag along and follow that guard, and he does take you to a room that is filled with crates of various items that appear to have been taken and appropriated from prisoners. He tosses what appears to be a handmade shiv into a crate, muttering about paperwork, and then sort of wanders on back and goes, "At least I got time on my break now." Are the rest of you sort of following along with Silas, or are you sort of spreading out to try and find who you're looking for?
I'm keeping close tabs on Silas.
Fair enough.
I think currently we're huddling along.
Yep.
Also, Silas will explicitly mention everything that he's doing as to, like, why he's searching for specific, like, what he's searching for, that kind of stuff. He'll be relaying all that and everything he sees to the rest of the party.
Yep. Silas, because you're the one up in front, you sort of wave at people to get them to duck and hide whenever guards come along. Yep. You eventually work out that the section you're currently in is where they have the mass holding cells, where they force some of the prisoners to do stuff like basic laundry and other duties. and that the prisoners of greater importance are up the tunnel that you saw the larger group of guards come out of.
Okay, I'm gonna relay that information. See what
Okay,
you do.
well, let's go there. It's gotta be where they keep her.
See, that sounds like a good idea.
So, Mug, with that roll, I'm going to say that
Yeah.
it doesn't take you very long at all. A couple of really well-placed kicks snap the hinge on the bottom of the door, and you basically then put your hands under and lift and pull and twist, and you actually manage to twist the door enough for you to get out. And then you repeat the process on the other one. The woman steps back and gives enough room.
It's a robot.
Yep.
What were the Autobots doing in our adventure about Sky Pirates?
Something's happening with your mug, Mike.
Wait, something's happening with your mug, Mike?
Yep. It's not a mug mic anymore, it is an Autobot mic.
Does Discord now have an update in which you can select Autobot mode?
I have no idea. Mug, is your microphone okay?
Can you now?
Yep.
That sounds like a
Okay, good.
selfie.
That sounds alright. So, I don't know if you missed anything there.
You're saying that I managed to open the door of my cell
Yep.
eventually.
And then you've effectively done the same to the woman's who, after you've started to damage it, she's helped and effectively forced it open. She steps out and joins you and then says, well, if you want to start a prison, right, you're going to need more prisoners, and I know exactly where you can find some of them.
You're really clever. Yes, show me the way.
So she leads you up through some of the twisting corridors to a bunch of cells like the ones that you got thrown in with the large half-blind orc. And she smiles and goes, well, if we can get these friendly fellows out, I'm certain you'll have your riot in no time.
Ooh. How do we get them out? Can we open their door?
Well, depends on when you want to do it, the easy way or the hard way. The
You
hard
should
way is
shoot through the door.
the hard way is the way that we just did. But the easy way is
Yeah.
we could wait for a guard to come along.
I mean, if we wait for a guard, are we going to ask the guard to open the door?
Oh, I don't think they'll be in the mood for helping open any doors.
That's such a polite little mug.
Ooh, are you saying I can beat them up?
Exactly.
Yeah, let's do it that way.
Based on that, stand right here, and she gestures towards a one of the cells that the door is open. It's currently unoccupied, and she goes, "Just hide in here. A guard's going to be along at any moment." She walks up along the corridor for a bit, whistles, and then comes running back with a guard hot on her tail.
Okay. Mug is waiting to punch the guard as soon as it gets in range.
Yep. So the guard is basically chasing and trying to catch up to her, and he's shouting, it's like, how the hell did you get out of your cell? So you can throw an attack the second he comes parallel with you.
Yeah. So I get. Do I get advantage? Like
Yep.
some extras?
You will get advantage on this because he is not going to see this coming.
Oh, yeah. I probably need advantage.
Right in the gut.
It's advantage +2 or something.
Roll another one, take whichever is higher.
Oh, that's advantage. So
Yep.
just roll not the one. Oh, wait. Yeah, this is definitely better. The second one.
Yep.
Those
Okay.
noises were doing me a confessal.
Is there anything from aiming or?
Yep, you'll get a +1 for this.
Okay. It's not the greatest one, but it's 13, and I have stun points.
That will hit.
Yay! Does the guard is the guard wearing armor?
He's wearing some armor. He's not
Okay.
as heavily armed as some of the others. He is clearly human as well.
Okay. So, because I have 4 stun points, I can do Mighty Blow and Pierce Armor.
Yep, go for it.
Mac.
Okay.
I don't think you'll enjoy that.
Probably not.
So therefore it is very unkind of the mug.
Well, but I didn't roll hugely well. It's only 10 points of damage.
That's plenty. You catch him completely off guard, and you
Not a
hit
bit
him
guard.
Yep, and he's hit really hard by that. He spins, suddenly realizing that he's under attack, and swears, and right at that moment, the woman you've been helping turns and delivers a punch of her own, and she's stunted as well.
Nice.
So she is going to immediately do that, and she's going to follow it up with that as well. Yeah. So she actually knocks the guard off his feet as he spins to try and face you, Mug, basically tripping him in front of you. And
Ooh,
then
nice.
she sort of slams a foot onto his shoulder and turns and says, "Grab him."
Yeah. Mug is grabbing the guy.
Since he's prone,
So it's
just do a might.
a might check.
Yep, and he's rolling at disadvantage because he's already prone.
Oh boy. I think this will happen. It's a quite good roll. So.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a very good roll. It's how much is it? I think it's 19 if I can count.
Yep, this guy is pinned hard to the ground, and he is completely unable to move. As you've basically grabbed one of his arms and twisted it behind him and slammed him hard into the ground, the young woman, Seda, leans down, pats you on the shoulder, takes off this guard his keys, and smiles and says, "Now we can see about this prison riot of yours." And then she starts walking up and down,
finally.
opening cell after cell and kicking the doors open.
Is the guard knocked out?
He is struggling and swearing and shouting out.
Yeah,
So
I
the
think
rest
Mug
of
is
you-
knocking him out.
Yep, go for it. The rest of you, as you're sneaking down this corridor, you do get to a point where you hear a guard shouting out for help.
Well, I think we just found Mug.
Do I have
The
to
guards
roll
will
for
be coming
knocking him
soon
out?
then, do you?
What was that, Wisp?
Do you think more guards will be coming soon then?
Yeah. So if we want to check if Mug has started the riot in the area where this in
Yeah.
the block where he is, we should go check on him first before the soldiers show up.
Let's be swift, people. Come on.
So, you make your
We-
way down corridors. I presume you're being quick about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So I'm going to say a few things are going to happen at once.
Oh boy.
Sadie's going to kick open all these doors one after the other, and prisoners are already starting to come out. A lot of them are scarred humans and orcs. They do not look like they're the happiest people in the world.
I wonder why.
Sada's just going to smile at them all and go, "Gentlemen, your benefactor here," and she gestures towards Mug, "has decided that it's about time for a prison riot."
I can hear you. Sorry.
No
I
problem.
couldn't hear you until now.
I believe it's time for open season on all guards. A couple of them are grinning and cracking knuckles. And they look at you, Mug, and go, "Lead the way, boss."
Yeah! We're going to beat up all the guards who didn't give us dinner.
Mug hired as a boarding party.
Rest of the mission. This entire rest of the mission is completely unnecessary. We have monks in a prison. He's not locked in there with them. They're locked in there with him.
Oh yeah.
This mission very quickly turned from like freeing the person inside the guard to trying to protect some guard, maybe.
Sada gestures down the tunnel and says, "Guard rooms are that way, boys. Adam." And with that, a ton of the pissed off prisoners start barreling down corridors. Sada then turns to you, Mug, and says, "Shall we let the rest of them out?"
Oh, yes, yeah, let's get more fighters.
She's going to saunter on after these prisoners.
Oh, and you're pretty good yourself. I enjoy fighting with you.
She smiles and goes, "Always best to pick the fights you can win first."
Well, I just enjoy good fights.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Let's see if we can add to the entertainment value for you, shall we?
Yeah, definitely.
So
It's going to be a battle royale.
Oh, it will
I knew
be.
that word.
So the rest of you, as you're sneaking down these corridors, you start to hear shouting and jeering and cheering, and some of the guards step out of corridors, sort of looking up and down. One of them starts sort of running his weapon up along the bars and shouting for people to shut up. And right at that moment, what looks like to be a loose prisoner comes barreling out of a corridor and spear tackles him into the bars.
Well then, this apparently was very effective. Well done, Silas.
The other guard sees this, pulls a bell from his belt, and starts clanging it loudly, and just shouts at the top of his lungs, "Jailbreak!"
Well, that's
1 second. I was a bit distracted because Aaron went to bed. Did I hear a well done, Silas?
You did.
Yes. And then I heard something about a guard going to ring a bell.
Yep. The guard, one of the guards
Is
has
he
started
within-
ringing a bell and shouting jailbreak.
Is he within my sideline?
Yep.
I'm going to shoot his throat with my rifle.
Go for it.
Well then, that escalated.
It's a good solution to make sure he doesn't shout anymore.
True.
Roll your attack.
So, I think I hit.
What did you roll?
6 + 6 + 6.
Roll your damage.
And then I also roll a 5 and I add a 5, a 2, and a 2. So basically my answer is lots.
Roll your damage, and I'm going to
With
describe exactly what you've just done.
With
God.
6 stunt points, right?
Yep.
I'm going to say lethal blow. And rapid reload.
Yep.
So that means for my damage, that's those, and then I need more dice.
What was your plan about seeing blood again?
I'll look away. I mean, it is a legendary shot after all. So it would be kind of sad if that was instantly followed with like the downfall of. So that's 10, 18, 24 damage. Yeah, 24 damage.
Right. So, as this guard is ringing his bell and pulling his sword, another prisoner leaps at him, but he drops the bell, grabs him, and slams him into a cell door and looks ready to just run him through when you shoot, and he just pitches sideways off this prisoner. The prisoner looks at the now very dead guard, looks up at you, looks back at the guard, and then leans down and picks up the sword, salutes, and then shouts, "Freedom!" And a bunch more prisoners come running down the corridor past you. They overwhelm the other guard, take his weapon, and start running towards the other end of the corridor.
As soon as they like run, is like, is there anyone called Silas and Mug in this group? No?
One of the ones that's dallying says, "I think she's getting the reinforcements." And then
Great, so that way. And then I walk down there.
I'm gonna offer these lads an option. So, you're going for freedom, but how would you feel about accompanying me to the armory and seeing what our mutual friends have left there for us?
some of them skid to a stop and look at you and go, "Well, that will even the odds a lot. Lead the way."
Follow me.
They're going to jog on after you.
So now we got a personal bodyguard. You're welcome. I did notice where the like evidence lockup is, where
Yep.
all of with a different name, but I don't actually know the name that they would call it.
Yep.
So I'm gonna go there first, and I'm gonna go. Maybe your stuff's in here.
Yep. So one of them sort of grins and goes, "So this is where the stow is." And
So that's the word.
and he just sort of nods at you and goes, "Used to be a guard myself a long time ago." And then he points to certain boxes and goes, "Check those ones, they're most likely to have weapons." Yep, Whisp
Awesome.
can pick up the bell.
Can I see if there's any interesting stuff that they don't instantly go for?
Yep. You can poke around from box to box. You will recognize Mug stuff.
I'm gonna take Mug's stuff.
Yep. Most of the stuff you find is just like clothing or like a few weapons here and there. Basically, whatever someone was carrying on them when they got dragged in here. Most
Any
of it's
gold, that kind of stuff?
not really. At most, you'd find like a silver here and there.
Okay, in that case, I'll mostly be focused on like any decent quality weaponry.
Yep. You find the occasional good weapon, although a lot of the prisoners who are arming themselves up are also aiming to get those. And as soon as they're armed, they're rushing back out the doors.
Oh boy, this is a proper riot now.
It really is.
The
So,
plan
how
had
lo-
worked unexpectedly well.
How
Mug,
long did it take to get the ship repaired, you said?
A couple of days, which means we need to lay low.
Mug, I'm also going to say
What
that
is that?
Mm-hmm.
As you
Yeah.
and Seda are cracking open one of the larger cells and letting prisoners out, you do hear that gunshot.
Oh, do the guards have guns?
Seda blinks and looks down at you and goes, "Not normally, no." Doesn't make a
That
lot of
might be.
sense.
That might be the bastard.
Who's the bastard?
Oh, my captain.
He lets you call you that? Now that sounds like an interesting crew.
Oh, she has no
Yeah.
idea.
I mean, I remember that one because he had a bounty on his head. But not anymore.
He fixed that by killing someone.
Well, if he can get me out
Yeah.
of this hellhole, I'd be happy to meet him.
Yeah, let's go see if it's them. If not, we just beat them up, whoever it is.
Sounds like a plan. She's just gonna fall in behind you, Mug.
Yeah.
The prisoners that you've let loose are now literally just tearing up the place. They are swarming guards. You can hear the sounds of actual combat now, as there is now sword on sword battles erupting. This place is going to hell in a handbasket really quickly. Wisp, as you pick up that bell, what I'm going to say is you see Seda and Mug step out of a corridor. Not very far from you.
I'm just gonna hop on over to them then and say, Mug! What?
Oh,
What?
hey, Wisp, I made a friend.
Oh, hello.
And we started the riot together, like we discussed.
I'm pretty sure we discussed being discreet.
Well, it was Silas, the captain, who
Oh,
told
of
me
course
to
it
do
was.
it.
Ah,
I am being thrown under the bus left, right, and centre.
Yes, you are.
And it worked really well. Look, it's a proper good fight in here, isn't it?
yeah, we might want to get out of here ASAP though.
But we have to find that prisoner you guys were looking for.
Yes. Well, come on, let's make haste.
Wisp, you found Mug.
Yep.
Mug,
Hey, Haldir.
have you found Seda?
Seda's
made a
just going to
friend.
look at you, Haldir, and go, "And how do you know that name?"
Like,
Yeah, Haldir, how do you know my friend Seda?
You're Miss.
Haldir just looks at Mug with the biggest surprise, and they're like, "Of course this would happen. Good job, Mug." And then turns to Seda like, "So we're here to get you out. So we have a more discreet way out while this whole thing is going on."
I believe that would be appreciated. I presume that you're working with those at the Crescent Moon.
Ah, yes. Yes. Our friends told us that
Hey,
you could
Silas.
use a hand.
Where did
Hello.
you come up from, you creepy thing?
Silas, your plan worked really well.
Silas just beams really brightly at finally hearing people actually admit that it was a good plan. And he goes,
Well, enough talk. We can discuss this later. For now, let's get out.
He
Seda,
goes,
But I want to fight more. It's a good fight in here.
"Hey,
Seda-
Mug, remember when I promised you could fight? Did you like it?"
It was good.
Seda's going to smile and say, "We should probably leave before they start sending the army down to settle this riot down."
Yeah. Follow me. And Haldir's just running because he's done with this place. This was not what he had in mind of anything, but hey.
Fine. To be honest, I'm kind of hungry and I want a beer.
Yeah, you definitely earned that. But you owe
Yeah,
me one as well for how well you punched me to get here, to get to this fight.
Yeah, but you owe me at least a bread and water because they said they were going to feed me and they didn't feed me.
They didn't feed you. I'll get you bread and water.
Yeah, thanks. I'm looking forward to it.
So I'm presuming you're just running at all speed to get back to the way you came in.
Definitely.
Yes.
Yep.
However,
Following
I'll be
suit.
in the... Ooh. I'll be in the back, like looking backwards as well.
Yep.
Just to make sure that
Oh,
if anyone follows us, I can shoot them in the knee.
Actually, does Mug notice that you picked up his equipment? Because
Shit, that's
he
the thing.
might ask for that back if you're
Silas,
carrying it.
Silas would definitely go, "Oh, Mug, I found your stuff.
Oh, thanks a lot. I was
Here.
missing this.
Even your hammer's here."
Yeah, and my pistol. These are good.
Yeah, definitely. I loaded it for you.
Thanks, Silas. Today was a pretty fun day.
Yeah, it was. Let's get back to the ship.
So
And
I'll get
have a party.
a final stealth roll from the rest of you.
How epic
boy.
would it be to just now epically fail again?
Is it the stealth? What sort of ability is
So
that?
it will be
Dex.
dexterity and then stealth if you have it, which
No.
going
I
to
think
presume Mug doesn't have.
I
unless it's
take it I
space.
can't use acrobatics to stealth my way out of here.
No.
Damn it. My roll is still decent enough. It's 12 plus 4 is 16. Wait, why didn't we all roll 16?
Great. Now, Mug, show us the 16.
It's not 16, but
Are you sure you didn't miscount it?
don't look down on me.
I hate to be like a rules lawyer kind of thing, but 6 plus 5 is 11, plus 3 is 14.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine.
Mug doesn't do math well.
So with a 15, we wouldn't have looked down on you. But you know what a 14
Aw.
means, right?
Yay.
So Mug is being extremely stealthy for dwarf, in which he doesn't sound like a boulder rolling down the corridors.
Well, he's not currently wearing his armor. He's
Yep.
carrying it.
So you do run past a couple of groups of guards fighting prisoners, but by and large it seems like they don't pay any attention to you as you go rushing past. You make it to the room that you entered, where the twin that has joined you is basically holding the grate open and just waving for you to jump on down.
I'm going to keep the rest of the smoke grenades, by the way.
Noted.
I still have one. It's very useful where I am.
So, Verity, can I get you to do a perception check, by the way?
Watch me completely fail to even notice that they're coming back.
So I take it Verity fails, and then we run straight into the arms of the guard.
No,
Oh.
I'm good.
Would have been awesome though to get arrested immediately after that.
Can't take all of us.
That's
Ooh,
5 sub points.
very
Oh.
nice.
Noted. So,
See, that's how you do the thing.
what I'll say is you can also use exploration stunt points on this. What I'll say, you're in the middle of a round of cards when all of a sudden, like just on out of the corner of your ear, you hear voices getting heated. Looking out the door, you see that there is now 2 to 3 guards and a captain standing, and the guard that escorted you back towards the markets is being yelled at by an officer and dressed down.
Oh no. Oh no.
He gets marched off by the officer, and 3 guards are posted around this entrance.
Oh no. Is this after we see they run off, or?
So this is after they've gone into the tunnels, so it's sometime later.
Okay, but they haven't come out yet.
Yeah, no one goes into the tunnel, but two of the guards post up on either side of it, and one of them is now thoroughly sort of patrolling up and down the street.
I'm terrible at distractions. Like, I'm really, really bad.
The twin,
Yeah, it's like...
the twin near you sort of looks and swears as well, and goes, "You don't happen to have anything that can start a fire, do you?"
No, because we didn't step by the market.
And he starts swearing again. It's like, well, that would have been a fast way to cause a distraction. And he just looks around him at all this stuff.
Well, I could use some arcane blast. Do I know if that can put fire to things? Is that fire?
Arcane. I would say that it could scorch something.
Like a smoke grenade.
No, so it wouldn't have been a problem.
Let me just double check Arcane Blast. Yeah, so I'd say I'd leave like a small scorch on whatever that you cast it on.
Let's take a quick moment to welcome the boom.
Perfect timing.
Banger!
In fact, excellent timing, because what I'm going to say happens.
There's probably something along the lines of this.
Something's going explosive!
Quick summary of so far, just so that Bingo is up to date.
Yep.
We may or may not have gotten Mug arrested on purpose. Because we were breaking someone out of the jail, Mug got very clear instructions of get arrested. So he punched Silas to near death. And then the next instructions he got were start a prison riot. Good luck. Enjoy. So that worked.
It did.
Yep.
How could that plan possibly fail?
Yeah.
It worked wonderful.
I believe it.
There's now a lot of heavily armed prisoners fighting heavily armed army. The prisoners like us though.
Yeah. So far, we've rolled 2 times 666.
And one triple
Only,
And
only
one
top one.
courtesy of first truly.
Verity had to convince a guard that she was blind.
Yeah, Verity kind of falls flat on her face trying to sneak past. And I think I'm the only one in the party who actually has a stealth focus. So, you know, that sounds super fair.
So, Bingo.
And now we need to find a way to distract guards outside because suddenly there are actual...
Bingo, you've woken up on the ship, realised that the crew have gone off for shenanigans again without you. And someone points that they'd headed off in a particular direction. You've wandered along looking for them in the rough location that they went. You vaguely remember someone saying something about sewers. After a couple of wrong turns, you've finally come to a spot where you see 3 guards around a sewer entrance, and a officer is dragging and shouting and shoving at a sort of drunken soldier as he's sort of led away.
Okay.
Verity, I'm going to say at exact this moment, you see Bingo. Bingo, can I get a perception to see if you spot anyone you recognize, or you're just seeing the scene in front of you?
Sure.
14.
Right.
Do I roll a stealth to contest that?
Yep. Roll a stealth just to see if you get spotted.
Just to see how well you're hidden.
Yeah.
Oh, now I can roll stealth. This is
now when it's one of the other PCs.
now that it's
Where-
one of the pieces. Now I can roll stealth.
Now that it's useful, it's a no. Or now that it's useless, it's a yes, I should say.
Well, it's not quite useless.
Oh.
So, Bingo, you see one of the twins sort of very, very briefly through a doorway. Just as he pulls away and hides from one of the guards as they turn to look in that direction.
Oh, okay. Won't like point at them and go, hi! He'll wait. He'll wait.
Yep.
That's kind.
So the rest of you scramble quickly down into the sewers, and the twin that's with you literally just randomly grabs onto the nearest person to him, and then says, "We better get the hell out of here and quick."
Silas would still be going last, just to make sure that like behind them stays clear.
Yep. And Sada's going to follow along with Whisp, and she's just going to quietly say to her, "So, was this meant to be as obnoxiously loud escape attempt as it appears to have become?"
Absolutely not. It just every mission turns out like this.
Oh, everything went exactly to plan.
This was not the plan, Mug.
This wasn't the plan.
To be honest, part of the plan was to get Mug inside and start a riot.
So
That part
your
was-
plan, which you told no one else about,
The plan, it was the only plan we tried to execute.
without any of us agreeing.
Well, you didn't object.
Sada's just going to look between you back and forth for a moment, but say, "I don't know about you, but I'm certain that there's safer places we can discuss about plans."
Yeah, there is. Follow me.
See, now that sounds like a plan I can get behind. And he looks at Wisp
Yeah.
intently at the mention of the word plan.
Let's go to the ship. We have really good ale on the ship and food.
Yes, I
We have-
promised you some of the bestest bread.
Yes,
Ale and
the
food,
bestest bread.
both things I haven't had in a long time. Looking forward to this.
Okay, everyone, follow me. And Haldir starts trying to lead us out of the sewers.
Yep. So you'll make your way back the way you can. Can I get a perception check from you, Haldir, as you lead everyone towards the end? I was about to say entrance, the exit. So the entrance that you came in by.
Do I get anything for Silas earlier painting arrows?
Basically, you're perfectly fine in navigating your way back. You can both see the arrows and you roughly remember the instructions
Okay,
that you came
great.
in with.
Yes. They helped a bit. Also, I'm gonna, now that we're like on the way back and it's somewhat safer, I'm gonna hand the ink jar that I got from Haldir back.
Noted.
Thanks. That was my only one.
Oh wait, in that case, and I put it back in the bag and I put out 2.
I'll take it.
It's payment for using it for a while.
Righty-o.
Can I do all the spells?
All the spells.
All of them.
Just
All of them.
what do you like to cast? This book.
That's a fate, Puppets of Fate, Heroes Inspirations, Heroes Might, and Spell Ward, and maybe Arcane. So
You
probably not.
You can start casting spells. What I'll say is pick the one you want to cast first, and then basically you gotta cast them in order.
Okay. So I'm gonna cast Puppets of Fate. I manipulate fate to comfort your enemies. For their counter, you may force enemies within 12 yards of you. So are we within 12 yards of the guards, or are we too far? Yeah.
You're close
So
enough to
I'm gonna do that first, so that I can hopefully make them fail.
Yep. Haldir, at the very last second, I'm going to say that you spot the guards, or more to the point, you spot the guard that is patrolling past the door. And
So Haldir
you do notice he's a different one.
Haldir just holds up a hand and just... Silas, now would be a really good time to maybe use a bomb.
Bomb, 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 bomb.
So
he doesn't actually start doing that.
If you can take the bomb and throw it out at the feet of that guard, and when it explodes, we run like hell.
Silas looks deadpan serious at Haldir. Is the door open?
It's a hole in the wall, Silas.
You kind of deserve that one, though.
Silas sticks out his tongue and goes, I know what to do. And he then says, look away, give me a 10 count. And he lights the fuse and tosses the smoke bomb out of the hole in the wall.
Yep.
And then he looks away as well.
You hear a voice go, what in the hells is... And then a short puff of explosion screams.
Flashbang!
And the entire doorway opens in smoke. Bingo, you just see these guards have a package that has a burning fuse land at their feet. All of them look at it, and then a bright flash, and they're engulfed in smoke.
What direction are Wisp, Verity, or not Wisp, Verity, Bingo, and the twin that's outside looking at?
Bingo would have been coming up the road towards you.
So would he be looking directly at the flashbang?
Potentially, but what I'm going to say is that the distance that he's at, he'll be relatively okay.
Okay, good.
Mask on, it'll be alright.
Yeah. And Verity and the twin are inside a building at the moment, but they do hear this package go off. And the twin's going to grab you by the shoulder, Verity, and say, time to go.
Yep. Going.
Basically, Silas will say something along the same lines to the group here, and just start running.
Noted.
I think Haldir...
Are we not even stopping to fight? Are we just running away?
Mug, you want bread first, right? The bread is only fresh.
Bread.
And what about ale?
Haldir has probably just taken the hand of Sanda because she's the important one, and just start running because we can't lose her.
Yeah.
That's a good idea, actually.
So, Bingo, from your viewpoint, you're going to start to see first the twin and Verity come belting out of the building. The twin's gonna look at the smoke cloud, and then see Haldir and an orcish woman come running out, and then Silas and everyone one at a time.
Hi guys!
Can I do the thing where I run past Bingo and I just stick my arm out and grab Bingo and put him on my shoulder?
Yep.
Oh yes, our well-rehearsed move that the two of us have.
Yep. I'm going to definitely just full speed dash and go, hey Bingo! And I put him on my shoulder and just rush forwards.
Yeah!
You know, most pilots have a parrot. I have a Bingo. Which is infinitely cooler because this one throws grenades.
Yeah. Pretty Polly, but I do throw shit.
As you run further down, you hear a shout of, "Hey, you! Stop!"
I think not.
We're not stopping, are we?
We
Preferably
need
not.
bread. You're not stopping us from getting bread.
We be getting that bread, yo.
Can I, because now the smoke is starting to clear, right?
Yep.
Or
The,
yeah.
yeah,
So
the
can I
first
like
one's-
take out my other one while I'm running and like light it with my arcane blast and like toss it backwards?
Yep.
I did the thing, son. I was like, son, I did the thing.
Well done. I'm proud of you.
A couple of seconds later, another poof and smoke explodes outwards from the bomb behind you.
I'm gonna hand one of the two that I have, like in running. I'm gonna hand one to Bingo, and I'm gonna say, "Here, hold on to that one. You'll enjoy these, I guess."
I'm gonna like we're all heading towards the ship, but I think heading towards the ship together is gonna be a bad idea. So I'm gonna like at some point I'm gonna like take left and like run for a little bit, and then I'm just gonna stop running and try to blend it.
Yep. The twins do similar. They glance around, and then one of them's going to shout at you, Silas, and say, "Captain, we'll meet you at the ship." And the two of them peel off.
Yeah, scatter.
Yeah.
Basically.
Haldir, together with Cider, like he was ripped off the cloth. He was. I take it she's in complete prison garb.
Yeah, she is barely got enough on her for modesty.
Yeah, so he like stops into an alleyway, takes his jacket off over her, and then walks out with an arm around her and just casually starts walking down the street.
Noted. She smiles at this and goes, "Well, aren't you the gentleman?"
Well, you gotta try to be your best.
Hey, I just realized a moment of deja vu happened here.
Okay.
We found
Right.
someone like a long time ago, Alara, and Silas gave her a jacket, and then they made their way to the ship.
Well then.
Again.
Did we at any point tell Haldir that we never heard different place? Or did we just not inform him?
You cut out a lot there.
I heard, did we tell Haldir?
Yeah, did we
Or did we not tell him?
did we tell Haldir that we weren't supposed to deliver her back to the place? Or did we not tell him that? Because I don't remember.
The only things Haldir knew was, "Hey Haldir, Mug is now in jail because we're planning a jailbreak."
Here's the name of the person we're trying to break.
Here's the name and rough description, and that's what Haldir knew. So he's on his way back to the ship.
Also, it's technically not an issue to, hide her for a bit there and then make our way safely to the present moon.
Yeah, they might check the moon as the first stop.
So, most of you split up and make your way more subtly down.
I don't know who Mug is going with. I guess Mug is going with. Should he go with his new friend and Haldir as well? Yeah.
I assume that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
I mean, he
Yeah,
knows where to find the rest at some point.
As you walk along, she's going to smile at you, Mug, and go, "You are definitely a very, very handy person to have around."
Yeah, I have two hands. Look, both of them are strong.
Silas will break off from the group, towards the market area, by the way.
Noted. The rest of you
Yeah,
will
but both
find...
of my hands are strong. Sorry.
She grins and goes, "You've definitely already proven that." Then she's going to look at you, Haldir, and say, "So what's the plan from now on?"
Well, So far, the plan is to hide in the ship till things blow over. They shouldn't
Haldir,
know that we had anything to do with this.
Haldir, you mean go back to the ship, have a feast and party?
Yes, Mug. Party at the ship.
Yeah, it's party at the ship. Do you want to party with us at the ship?
I would be extremely happy to celebrate my freedom with you.
Yeah, let's do that.
Right. Let's go. And Soda, can you explain how Mug managed to actually make a ride? I'm kind of curious.
She sort of looks at you, Mug, and goes, "Do you want to explain your adventures, or would you mind if I regale him?"
I mean, it's kind of complicated. I mean, I can explain it, and then you can fill in the gaps. Because, yeah. Okay, Haldir, listen. So what happened, Haldir, is that the bastard made a plan, and I punched him, and the guards didn't let me fight more, so that was sad. And then, yeah, they took me to prison, you know,
Mm-hmm.
to
Yeah.
get a rest.
Yeah.
And 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 then they put me in. Well, they made me fight a guy who was pretty good, but then they were not letting me fight more people, and they were not giving me food. So I bet up one of them because that's shit, isn't it? Right?
Uh-huh.
They don't even give you food, and they only let you fight one person. I mean, it was a good fight, but still. So yeah, so I was beating up this guy, and then all the guards came, and they threw me into a cell with Cider. Well, not in the same cell. And then Cider, who's really clever, she knew which part of the cell were weak. So I broke out, and I broke her out, and she even had a great idea. You know what?
I have no
Yeah,
idea what idea she had.
to open all the prison cells to let out all the prisoners, and 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 yeah, we got the keys from a guard who was a weakling. I mean, but it was really cool getting his attention. Yeah, and then everyone was excited to fight. So that's it. That's how it was.
Very well done, Mug. Very well done.
Sada's just grinning and goes, "By and large, that's actually how it went down."
Well, at least he's not talking about magical doors this time.
Yeah, there was no magic this time. But that's what a good fight is. You don't need magic for a good fight.
You don't need magic for a good fight, Mug. You
No,
are
and
your own magic.
thanks, Haldir. And Zayda, you should listen to Haldir play. He's our bard. He's really good at playing music.
She looks at you, Haldir, and goes, "Oh, a musician. Not someone I'd normally expect on a rescue mission."
Haldir makes a half bow while walking. Like, well, I just joined this crew, and I must say, it's a special special time.
After a short while, you'll find yourself back down at the ship. The docks are quiet as they normally have been. The ship seems to have had some work done on it already, and there are materials and so on left beside it. There are some workmen sitting nearby having a break. Waiting beside the side of the ship is a hooded figure in a very well-made cloak. Based on the
Ooh.
size and shape, probably a woman, but you're not entirely certain unless you have a closer look.
I guess Haldir and takes his arm off sober. Like, can I help you?
She looks up towards you and pops her hood back and reveals herself to be the elven woman from the Crescent Moon.
Which Haldir has no idea who is.
And
Yeah.
she looks at Mug and smiles and says, I don't know where the rest of you are, but it seems like you actually achieved what you were intending to do.
Oh yeah, it was a riot.
She looks at the roof and then puts her hand over her mouth and giggles, almost uncontrollably.
Haldir has a giant smile on his face and says, yes, this whole thing was indeed a riot.
Efficient
Are you
and
here to party with
hilarious.
us?
No, I'm here to provide you both your reward and to also give our good friend here some of her belongings back. And
Great, so I don't need to look through the ship storage to find her some proper clothes then.
She should find everything she requires, and she gestures towards a large sack that is on the ground near the gangway. She strides up and basically gives the woman next to you a massive hug, and then sort of pops up and whispers something in her ear, and then looks to both you and Mug and says, the person that you are looking for is no longer in port. They made their way out of here at least 3 days ago.
God damn it.
You know where they were headed?
They boarded a ship headed to Port Lilith.
Well, I guess we have our next destination. Thank you very much.
She nods and says, we're not certain of her situation or who her enemies are, but she may be trying to seek sanctuary among the elves there.
Sure, Silas will have more to say about that when he shows up. I'm sure we'll visit. What was it, Mark? The Crescent Moon?
The what?
You
The
and
bar.
yours, she smiles and goes, you and yours are always welcome at the Crescent Moon. And then she pats Mug on the shoulder and go, however, do remind your captain that he owes us a new table.
Haldir just comes with
Oh.
a sigh and like, how much does he owe you?
1 gold for a table.
He takes out two. He takes out 2 and
Because
hands them to her.
the other one is an advance payment for tonight's visit.
She smiles and goes, why, thank you. And then she pats you on the shoulders again, Mug, and goes, please try not to throw any more of our patients to a table next time.
I mean, well, it was the plan. But,
Well,
you know, if you set up a proper pit, I will fight in your pit.
I'm certain the mistress will make certain that you have any entertainment that you require next time you visit.
let's get this party started.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, party, food. I need food.
And it seems like all of the goods have been transported, which means I can give everyone on the crew their share as well, so they can have a good couple of days in port.
The young elven woman bows and says, direct them up to the Crescent Moon for entertainment. I'm certain we can give them as much of a good time as they desire. And then she does another bow and walks off, throwing her hood back up.
Have a nice evening.
She gives you a
Okay.
polite wave back.
Haldir just stands there for a bit like, well, I guess you two needs to lay low for at least this night and probably a day or two more, so...
Sada's going to stride forward and pick up the sack, and as she throws it over her shoulder, there is a sound of a lot of metal moving. And she smiles and goes, I have no intention of sending my face above deck. Not at least until we've put this rock well and truly behind us.
Welcome aboard.
She grins and gives a polite nod and says, I'll certain I can find my way to some accommodation on ship, and I think it's about time I got changed out of these rags.
This is where you offer her your bed.
Oh yeah.
Do it, do it.
Haldir can make like really cool swinging beds. He could make you a bed as well, right, Haldir?
I could set her up a hammock. But...
Yeah, I have a bed as well now. It's really nice. You can come and see it.
You're very lucky. Ain't you, Mug?
She's gonna wink at you, Mug, and go, I'm certain it's a very pleasant bed.
You cut out, Glenn. I didn't hear that.
She's gonna wink at you, Mug, and go, I'm sure it's a very pleasant bed.
Oh yeah, it's the best one I had.
Well, if you want to get changed quickly, then just use the captain quarters.
She just nods and makes her way up onto deck and heads off in the general direction of where the captain's quarters are. So, Silas, what are you doing now that you've run off?
Silas is actually gonna take a quick look around the market to see if any of those fabled, really good gunsmiths are here. Because apparently there were good gunsmiths and weaponsmiths in Fort Half.
Yep.
That still on your shoulders.
Yep.
Cool.
So,
Unless you've climbed down.
Nope.
so the two of you.
This
head
is my
into-
place now.
Who needs a parrot when you got a mingo? So the two of you make your way into the markets, and there's two things that you'll notice. Firstly, that there's a lot less people trading at this time. Secondly, there are also a hell of a lot less guards. You do notice that there are some trades and deals still going on, that there are still merchants wandering around, but it seems like the bulk of trading has finished for the day already.
Okay, I'm gonna take a look around, see if any of the people that I'd be looking for are still available, because I assume that's the kind of stuff that gets lively after the guards leave.
You ask around a bit, and you get pointed in the direction of some large arches that are sort of built into the walls themselves. Going into them, you recognize that these are both warehouses and forges. There are huge forge spaces, there is tons of materials moving in and out, and since the bulk of the trading is done, now they're working largely on the creating side of things, and there are forges in full effect. There are apprentices working on everything from daggers through to rifles and pistols. There is one forge that is working on smelting what appear to be cannon barrels.
Ooh. I'm gonna make a mental note of the fact that they craft cannons here.
Yep.
Because that's one that I'd have to talk to Haldir about.
Yep.
But for now, I'm gonna find someone who looks like they also handle sales.
Yep.
Hello?
A sort of grizzly looking orc, balding, black hair slicked back off the back of his head, and a very scruffy beard turns to look at you and says, "What can me and my forge do for you?"
Well, I'm appreciative of the arts involved in creating such fine weaponry, and I was looking if you could help me upgrade this one, and I pull out my arquebus.
And what kind of customizations are you looking to have put on that?
Well, as you see, he's already quite custom, but he could do with something that helps deal a bit more damage on impact.
Now that kind of reinforcement normally has to be built into the rifle at the beginning, but I'm certain there's something we can come up with. How much time are you in port?
That could be a day or two, but I don't think much longer.
He's gonna look at the weapon and then look back towards his forge, and he says, "Well, you've got two choices there. You either stay in port for a week, and I'll have it done at the end of the week, or you can come back for a choice is yours."
In that case, I'll have to talk to my crew.
No problem, the forge ain't going anywhere.
Do you happen to have Glenn, what was the word that's in universe for like the shotgun?
Oh, blunderbuss.
That one. You happen to have a blunderbuss for sale?
Not commonly used by the forces around here, but we do sell them. Let me go check on the stock. And he wanders up towards the back of the shop, where it seems like they are stockpiling the weapons that they are forging and creating. He does a bit of a count, and he rummages through some paperwork, and then he stumbles back up, and he has one shoved over his shoulder and another one under his arm. And he goes, "Got to you here. You can try them out, check the weights."
That would be good. And I'm gonna like hold both of them, testing the weights, seeing how they're balanced, that kind of stuff.
He gestures to the one of them and he says, "That one's made here. One of my apprentices. That one sold a... Can't really say who or where the make of this one is, but was sold to us on the cheap."
No issues found with her so far?
None that I found. She's sound enough to use. But since I can't obviously guarantee her make, I'll give you that one. Easy enough. Be a gold for that one.
A single gold?
A single gold for that one.
That's a deal. And I'm gonna like toss him one gold. Then we're gonna go, and the one of your make, your apprentice's make.
Well, I vouch for my apprentice's work. 5 gold for that one.
4.
He frowns a bit, rubs his chin and goes, "Deal." Spits on his hand and holds it out.
I'm gonna spit on my hand as well, and I'm gonna hold it out, like grab his hand, just shake on it, and then I'm gonna tuck both of the new shotguns away.
Pleasure doing business. Pop by if you want those customizations done.
Of course, I'll know where to find you. What was that last one?
He says, "Any of my apprentices can find me if I'm up behind the forge."
Awesome. For now, good luck, and I'm gonna find my crew again.
Have a pleasant evening.
To you too. And then I'm gonna talk to Bingo and say, "So, should we go back to the ship?"
Is there anything else fun we could do?
Well, considering the guards are still, trying to find us, I'm not sure.
So what you're saying is, mess with the guards.
So we could do that, or we could do that tomorrow.
When we've had all night to plan what we're gonna do to them.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh, can I have a lift back?
Yes, of course. And then
Okay.
we'll just start walking.
Okay, I'm gonna pop a bean while you do it. If I go a bit weird, don't worry about it.
If you fall, should I drag you along as well, just to make sure that you get to the
Yeah, drag me along like an old sock.
deal?
Are you having one of your special beans, Bingo?
2 beans, please, DM.
2.
Just one.
Just 1. Okay, 2d6. What?
I'm not risking that again.
Blind and charming, eh?
Okay.
He's
Okay.
still one of the 2.
7.
7. Oh, it's this one again.
Uh-oh.
So that will be -3 to all of your ability scores for the next 3 hours.
I am so glad we didn't mess with the guards now.
Weak. And I don't feel any less clever.
Trust me, there are really good ones in there as well.
So
Sure they are.
basically, you created the coffee of many things.
Yep.
Yes.
I love it.
Oh, man.
So I guess Silas is just really excited that that he got new weapons.
Yep.
So he's gonna head straight back to the ship.
So as you start to make your way out of the market, you see a huge amount of guards rushing through and heading upwards. As they go, they seem to be grabbing the few guards that are left in the general vicinity and shouting at them, and I'll get you to do a perception.
My luck ran out. Perception?
Yep, hearing if you have it.
No, I don't have it.
You have no idea what they're shouting at each other. You're just thrilled that you've got these 2 blunderbusters.
I'm very excitedly looking at one of them.
Noted.
And then I'm gonna make my way back to the ship.
Yep.
So, good news as I enter the ship. Good news. I think the guards are busy cleaning up the prison.
Can I do something on my way back to the ship?
Yep.
What was the name of the guard that I introduced?
Sorry, the guard that you...
The guard that I introduced myself to as a blind girl named...
You didn't actually quite catch his name.
Didn't I?
No.
Oh, damn it.
He did greet you, but he didn't give a name. You kind of got the feel that it was semi-professional also, so you probably couldn't dob him in for drinking on duty.
So, but I saw that they took him somewhere.
You saw that the officer was sort of shoving him along, yeah.
Yeah. Can I go and try and find out where being...
Yep. You sort of head in the general direction initially of where you saw him being shoved along to. And because this place is just made of ramps and tunnels, there's not heaps of options. So you follow what you feel to be the most natural path. Eventually you hear a bit of a commotion up ahead, and you see the officer that led the guard away standing on a sort of raised platform and shouting at a small crowd of what appear to be the general populace.
I will stop and listen. I am part of the general populace.
He doesn't seem to
Wrong.
notice you join. He gives a very boring lecture about the sins of dereliction on duty. And gestures off to his right and says, "You all know the punishments for breaking our laws and our rules. See to it that none of this is ever seen again on my level." The guard is strapped in a pillory. His tunics and his breastplate have been taken off, and there is another guard standing behind him currently with a whip, which he then, at the nod of the captain, starts whipping the guard with.
Sort of feel bad, just a little bit.
It's his own fault for drinking on the job.
I'm gonna very subtly try to cast Spell Ward.
Right? Can I get first out of you a stealth on that? So the captain shouts out a number starting with 1, and each time he calls a number, the whip falls. Yep, noted. Cast your spell. In between, he turns around and says, "It may seem like overkill that we enforce these laws. After all, what harm can a simple drink on the job do? But the laxity of this man has led to a prison riot that has taken the lives of multiple guards and multiple soldiers."
Yeah, I succeed at casting my spell.
Yep. So that takes effect, and as far as you can see, absolutely no one has noticed at all. Just remind me what that one does again. That's...
I think I did the wrong ones. I succeeded no matter which one.
No, sorry, what does the spell do?
Yeah, that's, I think I did. Okay, yeah, no, because this only...
You give yourself a 1 target within 4 yards of you, a 2 bonus untested resist spells until the end of the
Yeah,
combat.
spells, because that doesn't help. Is there any of the spells I have that would help in any way or shape or form?
Well, the hero's inspiration, right? +2 bonus on the next ability test I take.
Yeah, how does that help him?
Well, to be honest, he's going to start probably taking constitution checks after a bit.
Okay, so I'm probably gonna
You can
give
do that
him
one
that.
instead. Yep.
Can I also do Puppets of Fate? Actually, no. I will, instead of doing Hero's Inspiration, I want to do Puppets of Fate on the person whipping.
Yep.
And I want to try to make him like fail at whipping him properly.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, I was just about to say sorry to be that guy, but I think I have to go in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Okay.
We won't go around too much longer after this.
Yeah. If you have to go before Haldir has a chance of giving out money, Silas gets 23 gold and 7 silver and 7 copper.
So that's 23 gold.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Only I could type. Yes. 7 silvers and some coppers.
Yeah, 7.
Okay. So that's
So what I'm going to say is the despite the whipping, the spell seems to have an impact, and the guard sort of straightens up a little bit and just doesn't seem as affected by each whip as it falls. You cast Puppets as Fate as well, don't you?
Yep.
And from memory, that makes them...
He rerolls successful ability checks. Basically, I'm trying to make him fail at whipping. Like, the goal is, of course, still to make him seem like he's whipping, but...
Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, Verity is your journeyman.
Yep.
No. It's the first or the second?
Every couple of whips, it's clear that the guard that is swinging is missing, and he's sort of shaking his head as if, like, he's certain that that was on target. The captain isn't actually paying attention to the whips. So it seems like
Still counting them.
He's too busy talking to the crowd and basically drilling in that, you know, the laws are the laws.
Yep.
After a moment, he turns around and says to the guard with the whip, "Let him out of the pillory." And then he turns to the guard that's been whipped and says, "If I catch you drunk on duty one more time, it'll be into the hole with you." And then with that, he turns and storms off.
Does the guard who got hurt storm off, or does the other one?
The captain storms off. The other soldier sort of lets him out and sort of pats him on the shoulder gingerly, like away from where he's been whipped. And he just says something softly that sounds like, "You gotta get help, man." And then he wanders on off.
Then I'm like, after the other guard has left, I'm gonna walk up to him and I'm gonna try to bring him with me.
So you're gonna try and...
I'm gonna try to bring him with me.
Okay.
Oh no. We are not adopting everything.
He takes the help and he seems a bit surprised. He goes, "You look familiar. Have we met?"
Don't worry about it. I help you not get whipped so hard. But let's get out of here.
Anywhere is better than here. And so he will just follow you down.
You holding up okay?
That was a lot easier than any other time I've wound up in there.
Magic can do that.
He blinks a little bit at the mention of magic and goes, Did you use magic on the captain?"
Not on the captain, no. On the person who was doing that to you. And you.
He tries to process that for a bit and he goes, hells. I need a rest and then I need to find out what I need to do.
Do you want to continue being a guard?
At the rate I'm going, I'm going to wind up back in prison.
So how do you feel about being on a ship?
Well, if it pays better than this, I'll be happy to be anywhere else.
Hey, first, I want to apologize. Secondly, we have really good food. Come, and a doctor, and a magic healer.
Doctor, food, sleep sounds amazing.
Do you have anyone else here that you need to take care of?
He just shakes his head.
It's nice to meet you. I'm Verity.
He nods and goes, "Galak."
And I'll bring him down to the ship. And
Yep. As you make your way down to the ship, you'll find that a lot of the crew are celebrating getting. I'm presuming Haldir is going to start giving out the shares.
So Haldir has knocked on his own room to make sure that she was done changing. Then take probably a chest out with him and a chair, and he's just sitting and giving out the shares for everyone.
Yep.
So the crew would normally expect around 5.5 gold for this trip, and we're giving them almost 13.
Ooh.
So Sada's going to come out of your chambers, and she's going to be wearing armor, a cloak with fur over the shoulders, and wielding a massive sword slung low over her hips.
Haldir looks her up and down and just better close, but you can't see as much. And then he turns back to the money.
She's just gonna smirk and saunter out after him onto the deck. She keeps herself fairly close to the captain's cabin, though, as if she wants to be able to dart inside at the nearest moment.
But the crew is getting 7 gold and around 30 silver more than they expect, and the officers are gaining almost 10 gold more than expect. And with the officers, I mean the twins.
Yep.
They're each getting almost 20 gold.
So the crew, as you divvy this out, sort of like the first couple look at it and go, "You sure you're counting this right?"
Well, at this ship, I ain't paying you what they will normally pay you. We all share in how much we earned on this trip. And I can sell goods. So here's your share. And then just...
They start cheering, and like the people further up waiting for their share are absolutely excited and ecstatic. A bunch of them are literally spilling, like getting ready to spill off the ship, and one of them shouts out at you, Silas, and goes, "Captain, permission to go ashore."
We should lay low, but have at it, guys. And then I just step aside and make way for them.
They cheer and they just race on.
Mug is coming in, going, "Where's the food? Where's the food? We should have dinner."
I promised you the best bread. I'm gonna get you the best bread, and I'm gonna try and find the cook.
Yep.
I'm gonna ask him what's the best bread he can get from Mug, like quickly.
Thassos is in the kitchens and he's whipping up some meals. He's fairly certain that, basically, from word he's already heard, that a lot of the crew are already making their way ashore. He stops when you come in and says, "Oh, I can get something for the dwarf. Hold a minute." And he throws together a huge pot of broth, and then reaches over into a pot and scoops out noodles, which he puts into it, sits that on a plate and puts a massive roll next to it, and hands that over. Trust me, the dwarf is gonna love this thing.
That sounds good. I'm gonna collect the food and like bring it to the dwarf.
Does Verity arrive with the guard at some point?
I'll say, yeah, roughly around this time, with half the crew having been paid and made their way off the ship, Verity will arrive.
So Verity looks very cheapish. And she'll like bring him aboard and say, I think we owe this man some healing and food.
Silas looks very confused as to why there's a guard aboard his ship. He has his hand on his new blunderbuss.
Healing and food, Silas, please.
And why is
It's
that?
not going to hurt anyone.
You can guarantee that? You vouch for him?
I vouch for him.
Okay. He takes his hand off his blunderbuss and he goes, what's the man done to deserve our help? Because we'll have to get everybody ready.
Well, we kind of did this to him, so I figured he deserves that to not happen. And she looks over at him like very like.
So I see the like red flayed skin, I guess.
Yeah, he's not had his tunic or his armor put back on, so you will see that he's basically shirtless and there is whip marks across his back.
And I've been like super carefully trying to help him down here without touching anything.
I'm gonna
be like, Wisp, Haldir, please, any of you, both of you.
Haldir is in the middle of giving out shares, so he's a bit busy.
Some of the crew
Verity doesn't care.
Some of the crew step away from the queue for the shares, especially those that are sort of further up the back anyway, and they step on over to help you bring him aboard.
As soon as he's aboard, I'm gonna ask one of the crew if they're willing to go and fetch some food from the kitchen.
One of them nods and heads on down as well.
And then I'm gonna try and find Wisp because Verity asked for healing, so that's usually Wisp kind of deal.
The surgery.
I think Mug is
For him,
stuffing down
socks.
his food.
Verity's probably gonna go over to Haldir. Haldir, could you please just do a healing spell? You can get back to this afterwards.
And Haldir like has been busy with the money and suddenly looks up like, what, healing? What's a god doing? Oh, yikes. Yeah, just a moment, boys. And then he turns over to the god like, come over here.
You very much recognize him too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I recognize him, but right now it's like, I.
He doesn't recognize you, so it's fine.
Bingo.
Yeah,
at the moment.
And near my ride, probably. But he will jump down and go to his massive bag of socks and procure two. Probably one that's pink and got bubbles on it, and probably one that's stripy, and bring them to their new friend.
Which one? The big orcish lady or the guard that's been brought aboard?
Both. The really like pom-pommy ones can go to the guard, and he'll get like some green frilly and purple lacy ones for the lady.
She watches you approach and smiles as you give these socks on over and says, why, thank you. It's been quite some time since anyone has given me a gift of any kind.
You got one for me?
She's gonna lean down so that her face is level with you and say, and what kind of gifts do you enjoy?
Stuff that can help other stuff blow up, stuff that can set things on fire, stuff that I can add to coffee, stuff that looks fun. Yeah.
She smiles and goes, things that blow up. You wouldn't happen to be an alchemist, would you?
Salute with his little hand on the mast, like, tink.
She smiles and goes, I think I can find something that would pique your interest. Give me just a moment. And she reaches into the sack that's next to her and pulls out a book which she flicks through quickly and stops on a page and goes, I think this will do. If you like things that explode, how do you like things that explode and put people to sleep?
She can't tell, but like all of his teeth are out while he's grinning, like he's making the noise though.
She just smiles at him and goes, my father visited a place a long time ago. There's some interesting mushrooms there that if you touch them, release spores that put everyone around them to sleep. How about I tell you exactly how to find and how to harvest these things?
Hey, you another pair of socks!
Well, for that, how can I resist? There's a place called the Mines of Fifi.
Fee. Uh-huh.
Old abandoned mines filled with mushrooms and spores. By now probably filled with creatures as well, but these strange mushrooms don't require much moisture at all to grow, but part of the reason the mines were abandoned in the first place. They'd open a brand new pocket and all the miners would be put to sleep for a week on end.
Glenn, target number for spells. Do I just need to hit that?
Yep.
Okay, great.
As long as you reach it, so equal or beat it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so I restore 8 health to the god.
Yep.
I am happy that it's the Mines of Fifi.
Oh, I didn't. Wait. Is it still the guard scene?
So the guard has been brought back on to the ship, and Haldir has healed him. And at the same time as this is going on, Bingo has been giving socks to people.
Yeah.
Considering that pretty much everyone is near the captain's quarters at the moment, Verity, can you do a perception check? And actually, can everyone do a perception check? That is above
Perception.
Yeah.
Seeing.
Seeing.
I think I'm going to disappear in a bit.
Not a problem. I am going to finish it at this point just as soon as I've got people's perception checks.
Okay. Wait, do I roll as well then?
You can as well. Yep. All right, Verity, you most definitely don't know.
Please.
This.
Ooh. I see a thing, I guess.
Did he get healed? That is the biggest question.
Yes. So his wounds have those wounds that he does have has closed up. He's got some scars and some redness around there.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'm going to say Silas and Haldir. I'm presuming both of you have seen at least some of Verity's book.
No.
Nope.
No, we have not.
They haven't seen. Okay.
I haven't shown the book to anyone.
Didn't you show a picture, or was that you mentioned that there was a picture very similar?
I mentioned that there was a picture in my homeland, I think, and that I didn't bring it up again.
Not a problem. Excellent. All I'm going to say is that there is on a page in the book that our orcish friend has been flicking through. She does flick past a picture that is very, very similar to what was shown by the mage that you have seen. And that Verity has mentioned that she has seen before.
Awesome.
Interesting.
I also think I've sold a couple more of the riddles. But no.
No problem. You can choose when and whenever you want to actually solve them.
Yeah, I don't think it's been very relevant so far, so I guess.
Yep. Right here. So I would say we will leave it there for now because some people need to duck off and go to bed. So I'll get a yo-ho from everyone and I will cut the recording.
Yo.
Yo ho.